Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. All together, please. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bala bala. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Bala Bala, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Bala Bala. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda Shri Radha. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Haribol, Haribol, Nitai Gaura Haribol. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Haribol, Haribol, Nitai Gaura Haribol. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol, Gita Jayanti ki jai.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. श्री राधा गोकुलनंद के, सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, श्री प्रभुपाद की, गौर प्रेमानंदे.
Hare Krishna. Hands high in the air, please, everyone. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. How's everyone feeling today morning? Clearly not well. Hare Krishna. If I can ask everyone to please fold their hands, I'd like to extend a very, very warm welcome to every one of you who have come here to take part in this most auspicious occasion of the Gita Jayanti Mahayagya at Bhaktivedanta Manor. What a way to close the year 2024. 2024 has been an exceptional year. Many of you, maybe not many of you, but in the family, many would have got married this year. What a milestone. Many would have started a new careers. Many would have possibly lost a loved one. Many may be looking after a loved one. But all of us have gathered here today to seek blessings and the grace of Lord Krishna in the form of this Mahayagya, the recitation of the entire 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita. Gita Jayanti Mahamahotsava Ki Jai. If I can ask you all to please bring your attention to Srila Prabhupada. We owe all of our spiritual acumen to Srila Prabhupada. It is because of him that we're here today in the UK celebrating the Bhagavad Gita. We will ask Mother Guru to please garland Srila Prabhupada as we chant the Pranam Mantra. If you please chant with me. Namaom Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Paschatya Deshatarine. Srila Prabhupada ki. Once again, folding your hands, keeping your hands to your chest. We now chant the Mangalacharan. You're welcome to join me as we do. If you need to find the Mangalacharan on the first page of the Gita, the prayers are there. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Gurau Shri Yuthapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye. Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindho Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Om Tat Sat. Shri Guru Paramananda Premananda Falaprada Vrajananda Pradananda Sevayam Mam Niyojaya. Hare Krishna. Before we go into the yajna, before we start the recitation of the entire Bhagavad Gita, we want, as every yajna has three very important aspects. First is the Ashirvad aspect, where a yajna is performed seeking the blessings of the Vaishnavas, seeking the blessings of the spiritual master. The second part of any yajna is the phala, the benefit. What are we gathered here? What is our heart's desire? What is our heart's prayer today to Krishna? We always say, don't ask for too much, but always ask for devotional service. Ask for something. Ask for devotional service. And the third is, well, there's four. Third is dakshina. And fourth is prasad. So we hope to line up all these four for you all today. So your yajna is successful and you walk away with lots of blessings, lots of happiness, and a very successful new year to you all, 2025. In starting today's program, we have with us some very, very special devotees. We'd like to seek their blessings first. We'd like to extend a very warm welcome to our Guru here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, His Grace Kripamoya Prabhu, and Mother Guru. They have been looking after our community for many, many years. They've been doing the Gita recitation with all of you. I'm sure many of you will remember Kripamoya Prabhu has led us through many, many Gita Jayantis. So our heartful welcome to His Grace Kripamoya Prabhu and Her Grace Guru Charana Padma Mataji. Hare Krishna. We would like to also extend a very warm welcome, and we would like to invite His Grace Pranabandhu Prabhu to please come and say some words of blessings so that we can have a pleasant and devotional recitation. We invite Pranabandhu Prabhu to please come on stage and say some words of blessings. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear devotees, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, let's try again. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. You got it? Okay, come on in. Hare, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome all of you to Bhaktivedanta Manor. It's fantastic that you have taken time to join us here today, even choosing to miss out on the Xmas sales downtown. It's a joy to have all of you here to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Gita Jayanti at Bhaktivedanta Manor. 25 years ago, year 2000, His Holiness Shivaram Swami Maharaj led the first Gita Jayanti recital. We are also very truly blessed by the presence of S.B. Keshava Maharaj, who will generously share his immense wisdom, helping to guide us on the path back home, back to Godhead. The Bhagavad Gita is a timeless guide that helps us to understand the purpose of human lives and how to live with devotion. Its teachings are relevant today as ever, offering practical wisdom for our daily life. May this Gita Jayanti be a source of profound inspiration and spiritual upliftment for us all. Let us embrace this beautiful wisdom and strive to live a life of love, compassion, and service to others. I also take this opportunity to thank His Grace Vaishnava Saurabhoma Prabhu and his team for their immense hard work in organizing today's program. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Pranabandhu Prabhu. The next devotee we would like to invite on stage is the person who gives us all the permissions, allows us to be here. Can we please welcome His Grace Nilamadhava Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Vancha kalpadrubascha kripa sindhu vacha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So dear Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, I'm such a wonderful sea of devotees. Beautiful chadars, the Harinam chadars, wonderful to see this. It's especially from up here. Such a beautiful sight. On behalf of all the Vaishnava devotees here at the temple, we thank you for appearing here and participating. And we have a little prayer. And the prayer is, may their Supreme Lordships, Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, Sri Sri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, Sri Sri Gonitai Bhagwan, our Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, bestow their blessings, protection, and mercy onto each and every one of us here. This is our prayer here at the Manor. And of course, in a few days' time, 2025 will appear. And so we are in the West, so there has to be a New Year's resolution. This is what we're accustomed to. But of course, every Ekadashi, there should be some gauge of advancement, what we have done. This is one of the purposes of Ekadashi. And let's not forget that Gita Jayanti, Gita itself was sung by the Lord on Mokshada Ekadashi. So the Lord would want the resolution. And of course, if we were to make a commitment that we chant one verse in the morning, one verse in the evening of the Bhagavad Gita, then in 1 year we'd be able to complete the Bhagavad Gita. So that could be a good resolution. And 51 and a half centuries have passed since the singing of the Bhagavad Gita by the Lord on the battlefield. So many moons have passed, and many moons will pass in the future. But the message of the Bhagavad Gita is indeed timeless. It's timeless. So our humble prayer is that we all embrace the teachings of the Gita. Of course, the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita is the ABC of spiritual life, actually. After that, it's the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the advanced level. After that, it is the Chaitanya Charitamrita, which is the postgraduate level. So there is much books which Srila Prabhupada has given us. Very fortunate we are, and we have to make the best use of our time here. Thank you all once again. Thank you all very much, and may you please have a wonderful 2025 full of spirituality. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Nilamadhava Prabhu. Dear devotees, now we will embark on this journey, embark on this yatra of the Gita Jayanti Mahayagya. But before we start, we want to express our gratitude to the reciters. Without them, we will not be able to follow our yagya. Without them, we may stop, but it is them that keep the chain of all the shlokas going. So our first recitation will be done, the first half of the Bhagavad Gita will be done by Bharati. Bharati, I'm sure you've all heard her on the CDs. She is one of the most beautiful voices we have here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. She's been reciting the Gita since a very early age. I have heard through legend that at the age of 7, she knew the whole Gita. So she will be reciting, and she does have two of her, upcoming Gita reciters who she is training very nicely with her. This year, again, due to immense prayers and all of your desires, we have His Holiness Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj, who will be taking us. Louder, please. Generous. Who will be taking us through the chain of understanding the Bhagavad Gita. Every year, there's a different aspect, a different angle of vision that Maharaj gives. I hope last year, anyone remember how Maharaj summarized the Gita, giving us perspective of life? Anyone? Louder? Yes. Through yes? Is that how he summarized? How did he summarize? Through BBC News? No. Through highlighting how in everyday life the Bhagavad Gita is there to give us perspective and how we can improve our lives through the Bhagavad Gita. Maharaj has a unique and special presentation this year as well. We ask you all to please open your ears, open your hearts, so the essence of the Bhagavad Gita can be taken with you to your home. So can we please, very enthusiastically, for a quick summary, Maharaj is going to give us a quick introduction on the Bhagavad Gita before he starts. Can we please very enthusiastically welcome on stage Maharaj, Swami Bhagavan, Keshava Maharaj. Thank you very much.
Much Hare Krishna. I think they had to get someone taller to do the garland for me. Thank you so much, everyone. It's such an honor to be with you. Are you happy to be here this morning? I am incredibly honored to be with you all. It's such a beautiful occasion, and Gita Jayanti is always a time of reflection for me, because 15 years ago, or something in that range, His Grace Sri Dharma Prabhu asked me, actually maybe asked me is generous, he forced me, and he said, you have to present the Gita, and I felt wholly incapable, incompetent. I said to Sri Dharma Prabhu at that time, I said, Sri Dharma Prabhu, I feel very self-conscious when I do public speaking. He said, don't worry, nobody's listening to you anyway. So it was an interesting type of encouragement. And I remember that Gita Jayanti very fondly, because His Grace Kripamoya Prabhu is here. And Kripamoya Prabhu was so encouraging. He sat there through every single one of my summaries, which I tried to present. And I remember at the beginning of that yagya, I asked him for his blessings, and he put his two hands up and he blessed me. So 15 years later, I'll ask you again, Kripamoya Prabhu, can you bless me? Rivo. Our teachers are the personalities from whom we learn everything. So before I begin, I'd like to offer my respects to Sri Dharma Prabhu, to Kripamoya Prabhu, Mother Guru, to all my spiritual teachers, my spiritual master, to Srila Prabhupada, who brought this knowledge of the Gita to us, and to all of you who are also my teachers, because as I walk through the building of Bhaktivedanta Manor, I was going to say every day. It's no longer every day, unfortunately, but some days of the year, many days of the year, hopefully more days of the year. As I walk through this building, I see all of you and the way you conduct yourself spiritually, your enthusiasm, your determination, your eagerness, your enthusiasm to hear, to learn. And I learned so much from all of you. So Before I begin, I'll just offer respects to all the great Vaishnavas. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki jai. I was thinking this year, how should I present the Gita? How can I share it with you? Every year, Yogi and Vaishnav say, you got to come up with something new. And last year we talked about the outer world. We talked about Donald Trump. We talked about wars, earthquakes. We talked about India losing the World Cup. Sorry about that one. We talked about diseases, we talked about the royalty, we talked about so many different things, and this year I thought what we could talk about is, instead of talking about the outer world, this year let's talk about the inner world. And that's what I'm going to try and share with all of you in this Gita Jayanti. And what I want to do this year is I want to make it a lot more interactive for you. So all of you have books, right? Right? Yes. Okay. The orange books. The orange books, yes. And all of you have a pen? Yes. So when you have a pen and something to write on, you know what you should be doing, right? Sleeping? No. You should be writing. So what I want you to do, the first thing I want to set out today is that when we're doing each one of the summaries, Yogi Prabhu has kindly put blank pages there, and those blank pages aren't meant to remain blank. They're meant to be there for you to write down your reflections, your thoughts, your inspirations, and whatever touches you. Because trust me, please, if you write something down and you engage with this knowledge in a deeper way, you will get so much more out of today. What I want all of you to do as we begin today's Gita Yagya is I want you to turn to the very final page. And in the very final page, there's a space which says extra notes. Can you see that page? Yes, I want you to open that page. And I'm also going to be writing here with you. Can you see here on the screen? I am writing with you. So we're all in it together. As you see me writing, you should also be writing. So what I want you to do, just for a few moments, is I want you to just write down 3 words which describe 2024 for you. If someone was to ask you, what was 2024 like for you? What 3 words would you use to describe 2024? Okay? And then what I want you to do is I want you to write down 3 questions you'd like to ask Krishna. Imagine that you are on that battlefield. Imagine that you are on that chariot. Imagine that Krishna is right next to you. And you have the ability, the opportunity to ask Krishna any 3 things. Who should I marry? Should I move to the USA? What is my purpose? Can you write down 3 questions? Please do this. I want you to take a few moments, because what we're going to do today is a live experiment. Just like every single one of Arjun's questions were answered by the end of the Gita, we're going to see whether these 3 questions which you write in the very final page of your book, by the time we get there in 5 hours or 6 hours, we're going to see whether you've been able to answer those questions by Krishna's wisdom. Please take a few moments to think. What is it on your mind? What doubt? What dilemma? What decision? What sits within you that you feel you need clarity on? Please write something down. Okay, do you need more time? Okay, I'm just going to give you literally 30 seconds more. And if you don't manage to find 3 questions, then as questions come to you during the dialogue, you can write them down. Okay. Okay, so now you have your questions, just as Arjun had his questions. Okay, Manish, we can. So we will now proceed. I'm just going to give a little bit of an introduction before we begin today, and then we'll hand over to Bharati to take us through the first chapter of the Gita. Now, you may be thinking, my God, I came here to relax, I came here to hear. This is like being at school again. Today, we are going to take you back to school. This is my school, Copeland Community School. Anyone here went to Copeland? I feel your pain. Actually, Copeland, this school got knocked down some years ago. Some things you just can't fix. You have to just knock it down, you know. I was thinking, because I live just down the road from here, my parents live just down the road from here, so I was thinking for many years, I'll go back to my old school and relive the memories. You know, after 30 years ago, so much has happened. And then one day I drove by the school and the whole school was bulldozed. And in that moment I hit the brakes, I went to the side of the street, I came out, I looked at this bulldozed building. And I realized everything in this world is temporary. Copeland School was a museum of memories for me. But in one moment all those memories were just gone. And so I remember Copeland a lot. I go to Wembley still, quite a lot. And this was my class. Can you spot me? This one here, the usual suspect. Yeah, this was me at school. Yes, I need to get some of your sympathy just to get, you know. I was much nicer then than I am now. I was actually very innocent. I was a very nice person. So I went to school, to Copeland. I want you for a moment just to reflect back on your own school days. Where did you go to school? Some of you are at school at the moment. Do you remember your classmates? Do you remember that time in your life? Do you remember what you learned? Do you remember what you didn't learn? This was my timetable. Do you remember your timetable at the beginning of the year? The hardest part of the week was this one. Double geography on a Monday morning with Mr. Clark. I was sitting in that class, that double geography class, and I was learning about all these countries, and I was like, why am I sitting here learning about all these countries? I just want to travel the world and visit all these countries. Radha Gokulananda fulfilled my desire. This one was also difficult. Double history on a Tuesday, right at the end of the day. Those were the hardest lessons. And in the history class, I remember thinking, like, I don't want to just learn about the history of people, the history of events. I want to learn the history of ideas. Now, I have to say, I'm not knocking the school system. I had a very good time at school, and actually, if I'm honest, I did learn a lot. But I felt there was so much at school that I didn't learn. Can you tell me some of the things? Just shout out something you feel like you did learn at school. You did learn. Anyone? Just English. He says in perfect English. Yes, what else did you learn? Science. Maths. History. Making friends. Discipline. Sharing. Okay, wow, you guys had a good schooling. Religion. Wow. That definitely didn't happen at Copeland. What didn't you learn at school? Budgeting. Spiritual knowledge. How to live life. The purpose of life. The mind, who I am. School is amazing. You learn many things. School maybe teaches you what to think. I'm not sure how much school teaches you how to think. Maybe, maybe not. School teaches you academic knowledge. But how much does school teach you life knowledge? Something. Maybe there could be more. School often teaches you a lot of skill sets. But do you feel like you learn mindset at school? How to focus, how to be determined, how to be disciplined, how to actually fix your mind on something? School maybe teaches you how to make money. Does school teach you how to utilize money? Did you know that the two most unhappy people in the world are the people who have no money and the people who have lots of money? Because money, you can't live without it. But once you have it, you have to know how to live with it. School teaches you the laws of society. But does school teach you the laws of nature? School teaches you how to find success. Yes, school sets you up to be successful. But did you learn at school how to embrace failure? Maybe that is even more important. School teaches you to develop your competence. But what about character? And school may teach you general subjects, math, science, English, and we have to learn all of those things. But in the midst of learning general subjects, have we learned what is our unique talent? Did you learn your unique talent at school? As I was often sitting in the school, in that classroom, I was appreciating the knowledge. But at the age of 15, I was thinking, there's so many other things I want to learn. And I don't feel like I'm learning those things here. And then, on a Monday morning, after that geography class, something amazing happened to me. One of my friends came in, and at lunchtime we started speaking. And he said to me, one of those Hare Krishnas just came around my house the other day. And they gave me a Bhagavad Gita. And as soon as he said that, I didn't even let him finish the sentence. I said, I want to read that book. And the very next day he brought it in. And I remember going home as a 15-year-old with the Bhagavad Gita, fascinated as to the opportunity of learning all of these things that I wasn't learning at school. And 30 years later, I'm still studying that book. And that book, I can guarantee you, teaches you everything that you may not learn in normal school. Because the Bhagavad Gita is actually the ultimate school, the ultimate classroom. This is the scene at the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna is distraught. And can you see Krishna's face? Krishna, what's he doing? Is he distraught? Krishna's smiling. Why is Krishna smiling? Arjuna is going through the biggest crisis of his life, and Krishna's smiling. And the commentators explain that this smile of Krishna has a very, very deep meaning. You know what it is? Krishna is smiling because he's thinking Arjuna is the most successful, powerful, prominent person on the whole battlefield, and now he's become like a humble student. Krishna is thinking, I'm the chariot driver, I'm the one supposed to be taking orders, I'm the one who's just supposed to do what he's told, and I'm becoming the guru. And this whole place is a battlefield, and now it's becoming a classroom. So the commentators say Krishna is smiling at the irony of the whole situation because the Bhagavad Gita ultimately becomes the classroom. So this is the classroom, the school of life. The knowledge that we're given by the Supreme Lord is given to us in the Vedas. But it's said that within the Vedas there are many books, and one of those books is the Mahabharata. And in the Mahabharata there are many, many books as well. And one of those books contains the Bhagavad Gita. And therefore the Gita is considered Sarvapanishado Gavo Dogda Gopalanandana. It's the essence of everything. If you learn this, if you understand this, if you grasp this, you don't need anything else. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada gave to us the Bhagavad Gita tirelessly. He translated, this is Devanagari, this means Sanskrit, is there. But how many of us can read Sanskrit? So what Srila Prabhupada did is Ucharan. He made it into Roman transliteration, so you can chant all the Sanskrit shlokas. Not just that, but what he did is he gave you Padartokti, a word for word breakdown of every single word that Krishna recites. Not just that, but for every verse he gives a Vyakya Yojan, which means a translation. And then for every verse, Srila Prabhupada gives a tika or a commentary. This is the most valuable treasure house of knowledge. It's often sitting in our homes and we're just looking at it from the outside. Therefore, today we want to share with you that this is the ultimate knowledge of life that every single one of us have the opportunity to grasp. And today we're going to be going through some of the main themes of the Gita. And what I'm going to try to do is split it up into 8 sections. Krishna wants us to rethink the way we live life. And the way he's going to do that is by teaching Arjuna all of these things. Sometimes we need to step away. Sometimes we need to look at things from a different perspective. Sometimes we need to keep questioning. And therefore, what I'm going to try to share with you over the course of this morning is every single one of these things that Krishna imparts to Arjuna, which helps us to rethink our life. And my conviction is that after going through every single one of these, when you reach the final page of your book, where all of those questions are sitting, if you've actually taken the time to deeply listen, deeply reflect, and deeply try to absorb the knowledge that we're going to be sharing here today, you should be able to answer every single one of those questions without the blink of an eyelid. Does that sound good? Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now we will begin with the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. So can we give our reciters a massive, massive round of applause? Louder, louder.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Keshava Maharaj. I hope everyone's ready. Can you have a deep breath, please? Can we please invite Mahaprabhu? We forgot the Purohits carrying our prayers to the gods here. We have His Grace Jagannath Ram Prabhu and His Grace Ayodhyapati Prabhu, who will be the priests for our yajna. They will be starting, kindling the fire of the Bhagavad Gita. Before I can give it to Bharati, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. This year, so far, to this morning, thanks to all of you, the purpose of the Gita Jayanti was to celebrate the marathon. All this month, devotees have been going out, giving out the Gitas and other Srila Prabhupada books all over the UK. And the Gita Jayanti offering is towards that total. But I just wanted to announce, be very happy. So far, thanks to all of you, we've added 2,800 Bhagavad Gitas to be given out. Thanks to all the Yajmans here. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Bharati, over to you. Hare Krishna.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dhritarashtravacha. Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Sarmaveta Yutsava Mamaka Pandavashteva Sanjaya Vacha Dushtva tu Pandavanikam Vyudam Duryotadastada Acharya Mupasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Paschaitam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Vyudam Drupata Putrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata Atra Shura Maheshwasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yudhano Viratascha Drupatascha Maharatha Drushtaketushcha Kitana Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kuntibojascha Saibhyascha Narapungava Yudhamunyascha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Saubhatro Dropadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodat Vijottama Nayaka Mama Saunyasya Saunyartham Tan Pramimite Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Krupascha Samitinjaya Ashwathama Vikarnascha Saumadattis Tathaivacha Anye cha bhava shura madarte tyakta jivita Nana shastra praharnara sarve yuddha visharada Aparyaptam tadasmakam palam bhishma bhirakshitam Paryaptam tvidametesham palam bhima bhirakshitam Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yatha bhagam avastita Bhishmameva bhirakshantu Bhavanta sarva eva hi Tasya sanjayanam harsha Kuru vrutta pitamaham Slihanadam vidotnyoche Shankham dagno pratapavan Tata shankhashta vairashta Panavanuka gomuka Sahasovapyanyantas Shashabtas tumalo bhavat Tata shveter hari yukte Mahati sanyane stito Madhava Pandavashchaiva Divyam Shankno Pradagnatu Panchajanyam Rishikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Paundram Damno Mahashankham Bhima Karma Vakodara Anantam Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthira Sahadevascha Sugosho Manipushpako Kashascha Parameshwasa Shikhandi cha Maharatha Drishtabdum no Viratasya Satyaki cha Parajita Drupado Drupadeyascha Sarvasha Prutavipate Saubhadrascha Mahabaho
शङ्खां दप्नो पृथक् पृथक् सघोषो धातराष्ट्राणां हृदयान् विदधारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमलोऽभ्यनुनादयन् अथ विवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धातराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजा प्रवृत्ते शस्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्रम्य पाण्डव ऋषिकेश तदा वाक्यम् इदमाह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापय मेच्युत यावदेतान्निरीक्षेऽहं योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानानवेक्षेऽहं य एतेऽत्र समागता धार्तराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धे युद्धे पिरचिकीर्षव सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्तो ऋषिकेशो गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमं भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुखता सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्येतां समवेतान् कुरुनिति तत्र पश्यसितां पार्थ पितॄन् अथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रां सखींस्तथा स्वशुनां सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेय सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टो विषिदन्निदमब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेमं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सं समुपस्थितं सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपतुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गाण्डीवं शस्त्रते हस्तात् त्यक्तैव परिदुह्यते न च शोकमन्यवस्थातुं प्रमतीव च मे मना निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयो न पश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्ष्य विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किं नो राजेन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितं नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च तै मे व्यस्थिता युद्धे प्राणान् त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्य पितरः पुत्रास्तथैव च पितामहा मातुला श्वशुरा पौत्रा शैलासम्बन्धी न सता एतानुहन्तुमिच्छामि नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते नियत्य धार्तराष्ट्राणां कापीति स्यात् जनार्दन पापमेवाश्रयेषस्मान् हत्वैतानादतायिनां तस्मान्नारा वयं हन्तुं धार्तराष्ट्रान् सबान्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याम माधव यद्यप्येतेन पश्यन्ति लोभोपहतचेतसा कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकं कथं हीनमस्माभिः पापादस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षय कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन कुलक्षय प्रणश्यन्ति कुलधर्मात् सनातन धर्मे नष्टे कुलं कृष्णम् अधर्मोऽभिभमच्युत अधर्माभिभवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलस्त्रिया स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णसङ्कर सङ्करो नरकायैव कुलघ्नानां कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो येषां लुप्तपिण्डोदकक्रिया दोषे रेते कुलघ्नानां वर्णसङ्करकारकै उत्स्याजन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वता उत्सन्नकुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वासो भवति अनुशुश्रुम अहो भता महता पापं कर्तुं व्यवस्थिता वयं यद्राजसुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनमुद्यता यदि माम प्रतिकारम् अशस्त्रं शस्त्रप्राणया धातराष्ट्रावणे हन्युस् तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत् अर्जुन उवाच एवमुक्त्वार्जुनः संख्ये रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्यं सचरं चापं शोकसौविघ्नमानसा इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे अर्जुनविषादयोगो नाम प्रथमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे।
Thank you so much. Just a note before we continue on, there are books outside for those of you who don't have books, so please do avail of those copies if you don't have a book. We have begun the Bhagavad Gita, everyone. Shoka Samugna Manasha, the final words of the first chapter, indicate that Arjuna is completely overwhelmed. The first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is known as Arjuna Vishad Yoga. Every single chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is known as a yoga because yoga means connection. So every single chapter of the Bhagavad Gita gives you a clue, gives you an insight as to how you can achieve connection with divinity. And the very first chapter is known as Arjuna Vishad Yoga. Vishad is a very interesting word. It means disappointment. It means dejection. It means dismay. It can even mean depression. Dear friends, we are advertising at the School of Bhakti the yoga of depression. Are you interested? It's very interesting that these four emotions are a yoga. Why? Because oftentimes it's only when we have a material breakdown that we then have a spiritual breakthrough. And therefore, if you're sitting in this room and in your heart you have some disappointment, you have some dejection, you have some level of dismay about the way your life is working out, congratulations. You are on the journey of the Bhagavad Gita. And the very, very first thing that happens in the Gita is that Krishna teaches Arjuna how to redefine success. Do you have a sense of what success is in your life? Yes or no? Today you all are very quiet. Don't be a tough audience for me. You have to give me some. If you think yes, say yes. If you think no, say no. But say something. Do you have a definition of success? Yes, you do. Good. There was a teacher once, they were doing a graduation, so they pulled up two of the students, Manish and Pooja. These are purely fictional characters. So the teacher brought both of them onto the stage and said, Manish, what is success for you? Manish said, I want to be a multi-billionaire. I want 365 cars. I want 10 private jets, and I want my own island with a custom-built mansion with all the latest AI technology. The teacher looked at Pooja, said, what do you want? Pooja said, I'm very simple. I just want to marry Manish. Directly or indirectly, everyone has a definition of success, and everyone is pursuing different things. Let me ask you a question. Is it possible to be successful in everything you desire in your life and still feel unhappy? Yes? Yes? Yes. I feel it coming from a deep space within you. What about if we have the wrong definition of success? They said the worst type of success is when you achieve all of your goals and then you realize they were somebody else's goals. Not only do we have the wrong definition of success, but what happens is we pursue success in the wrong way. And not only that, when we achieve that so-called success, we utilize it in the wrong way. Krishna teaches Arjuna in the first chapter of the Gita, you have to have the right definition of success, you have to pursue it in the right way, and then you have to utilize it in the right way, and then that success will make you happy. So many people feel if I become rich, then I'm successful and then I'm happy. Not only is that the wrong definition of success, but what happens is they even pursue that success in the wrong way. More money, more money. And what happens? Lose your health, lose your relationships, lose your peace of mind, lose your values and character. At what price did you pay to get all of that money? And then once you have money, if you don't know how to utilize money, then money is like an ocean which will drown you. And therefore you find some of the most unhappy people in the world have the most material wealth. So, in the first chapter of the Gita, Arjuna is expressing a doubt, saying, I don't think pursuing material success is going to make me happy. I don't think Krishna winning this war is going to make me happy. And therefore, the Gita's first chapter is very, very relevant. Never skip over it. The Bhagavad Gita has how many verses? 700. And how many chapters? 18. And how long did the Gita take to be spoken? 45 minutes, roughly, they say. This is the Bhagavad Gita, dear friends. And it's explained that the Bhagavad Gita is conversations within conversations. The outermost conversation is a conversation between Dhritarashtra and Sanjaya, isn't it? Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kimakurvata Sanjaya. What did they do on the battlefield? He asks. And then in the final verse, 1878, the conclusion is already given. The second conversation, which is an inner conversation, takes place between Arjuna and Krishna. And that begins in 2.7, really speaking. And it ends in 1873. And this is said to be the inner conversation of the Gita. But there's an even inner conversation than that. And that conversation is said to be the ultimate conversation. And that's the conversation between the soul and God. This conversation takes place in Hastinapur. This conversation takes place in Kurukshetra. This conversation takes place in the heart of every single spiritual searcher. And every one of these conversations were triggered by a doubt. Dhritarashtra had a doubt. And therefore he asked Sanjaya. Arjuna had a doubt. And therefore he asked Krishna. And every single soul has a doubt. And what is that doubt? I don't think material things are going to make me happy. That doubt sits within every single living entity. But you know what 99.9% of people do when that doubt comes? They ignore it. But 0.01% explore it. And they say, I think there's more. There's something more than just being materially successful. And when you make that decision to explore, then you begin your spiritual life. And therefore, yes, you can get profit, you can get position, you can get prosperity, power, privileges, popularity. But is something missing? Arjuna is realizing, if I fight in the war, I know I'm going to get all these things. Arjuna has no doubt that he's going to win the war. That's not his doubt. His doubt is, will winning the war make me happy? And so, these two conversations are going on. Can you see? And Dhritarashtra, he wants all of these things. He's ambitious. His name, Dhritarashtra, literally means one who is holding on to the land. And Arjuna is confused. Because Arjuna is also Dhananjaya. He's the winner of all wealth. He can also have it. But now he's redefining success. And Arjuna, what he thinks after reflecting is he says, if I pursue material things, but I don't look towards spirituality, I don't think it's going to make me happy. Trying to enjoy the world just doesn't work. And so Arjuna says, I don't want to do it. So Arjuna's next point to Krishna is, then let me try to escape the world. Forget all the material things and let me just become a spiritualist. And you know the amazing thing is, Krishna tells him, no. Krishna tells him, pursue material success, fight in the battle, do your duty and win the kingdom. And at the same time, do your spiritual work, the inner work. Go on the greater journey. And therefore, the Bhagavad Gita teaches us, some people try to enjoy the world. That's never going to work. Some people try to escape the world. That's never going to work. But if you learn how to engage with the world, pursuing your material duties, and at the same time being spiritual, that is the path of the Bhagavad Gita. And so, sometimes people say, when I first came to the temple, someone said to me, don't go too deep. My name was Sandeep. So he said, Sandeep, don't go too deep. I said, it's my name to go deep. He said, little bit is okay. Why are you coming to the temple on a Saturday? Temple is Sunday. Because people think if you become so spiritual, so religious, then you lose your ambition. What they don't realize is that Krishna is saying you can do both things side by side. Pursue your material desires in terms of success and achievement and do your duty, but temper it with a spiritual understanding. And so, at the end of every section, I'm going to give you this. These are 4 sentences to think about. Remember, Krishna wants us to rethink life. The world will tell you things happen to you. Wrong. Krishna says things happen for you. Arjuna was going through a crisis. He was going through a problem. He was going through difficulty. It wasn't happening to him. It was happening for him. It was happening for the best. It was happening so that he could actually live a much more purposeful life. The world will tell you success is in doing things better. Wrong. Krishna says success is in doing better things. Be very conscious about the goals that you're setting, because you may rise to the highest of what you're trying to do and at the end think, that didn't make me happy. Some people think material and spiritual are opposed. Wrong. Spiritual and material are complementary. There's a way in which you can use your material duties to connect yourself to the spiritual reality. And people will tell you, we must earn a living. Degree. Nokri. You know what the last one is. Earn a living by all means, but don't forget to earn a life. Because did you know it's possible to be living but actually dead? It's possible to be thinking you're living when actually you're just existing. And so the very first chapter of the Gita, we are learning what success is not. Krishna is teaching us to redefine success. We have to add another dimension to life. Otherwise, we might discover after achieving everything we achieve that it didn't make me happy. And therefore, the Gita is going to go for 18 chapters. And remember, the first chapter is just giving you the context. The next 17 chapters are the actual text. So the context of the Gita is that the first thing we have to do is redefine success. Hare Krishna.
Chapter 2. Sanjay Vacha Tam Tata Kripayavishtam Ashrupurnakulekshanam Vishidantamidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudana Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Kutasva Kashmalamidam Vishame Samupastitam Anarya Drishtam Asvargyam Akirtim Karamarjuna Klebyam Mam Smagama Partha Naitat Upapatyate Kshudram Hridaya Dorbalyam Tyaktvottishta Parantapa Arjunuvacha Katam Bhishmamaham Sankhye Dronam Cha Madhusudana Ishubhi Pratiyotsyami Pujarhar Varisudana Guruni Hatva Hi Mahanubhavan Shreyo Bhuktam Bhaikshamappi Haloke Hatvartha Kamastu Guruni Haiva Punjiya Bhoga Dridira Pratignan Nachaitad Vitma Katnaranno Gariyo Yadva Jaye Yadivano Jayeyu Yane Bahatva Najijivishabas Devastita Pramukhe Dhatarashtra Karpanya Dosho Pahata Svabhava Pruchami Tvam Dharma Sammuda Cheta Yacheyasa Nishitam Bruhitan Me Shishyaste Ham Sadimam Tvam Prapannam Nahi Prapashyami Mama Panutyat Yachokhamuchoshanamandriyanam Avapya Bhuma Vasamatma Vrittam Rajam Suranam Apichadipatyam Sanjaya Vacha Eva Muktva Rishikesha Kurakesha Parantapa Nayotsya Iti Govindam Tushnambu Kibhuvaha Tamuvacha Rishikesha Prahasaniva Bharata Senayor Madhye Vishidantamidam Vacha Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Ashochan Vashochastvam Pradnyavadamscha Bhashase Gatasu Nagatasunscha Nanushochanti Pandita Natvevaham Jatunasam Natvam Neme Janadipa Nachaiva Nabhavishyama Sarve Vayamatha Param Dehinosmin Yatha Dehe Kaumaram Yovanam Jara Tata Dehantara Praptir Dhiras Tatra Namuyati Matra Sparshastu Kaunteya Shitoshna Sukha Dukkada Agama Paino Nityas Tam Titikshasva Bharata Yam Hina Vyatayantyete Purusham Purusharshabha Samadukha Sukham Dhiram So Mrutvaya Kalpate Nasato Vidyate Bhavo Na Bhavo Vidyate Sata Upayorapi Tushtuantwas Tva Anuswata Tvadarshivhi Avinashi Tu Tadvidhi Yena Sarvamidam Tatham विनाशमवयस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हसि अन्तवत्त इमे देहा नित्ययुक्तो शरीरिणा अनाशिनो प्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युद्धस्व भारत य एनं वेति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौतो न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयात् अजो नित्या शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदा विनाशिनं नित्यं य एनमजमव्ययं कथं स पुरुषा पार्थ कं गातयन्ति हन्तिकं वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहार्य जीर्ण्यान् अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावका न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुता अच्छेद्योऽयमदायोऽयम् अक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वकथास्थाणुरचोऽयोऽयं सनातना अव्यक्तोऽयमचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयमुच्यते तस्मादेवाविदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्मृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्येते न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तानि धनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदिति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवत् चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वापि एनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यमद्वद्योऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्मम् अपि चावेक्ष न विकुम्पितुमर्हसि धर्माद्यध्यात् श्रेयोऽन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारमपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अथ चेत्त्वमिमं धर्म्यं सङ्ग्रामं न करिष्यसि तथा स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हि त्वपापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कुतयिष्यन्ति ते वयां सम्भावितश्वशा कीर्ति मरणादिति रिच्यते भयाद्रणादु परतं मंस्यन्ते त्वं महारथा येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् आवाश्च वादांश्च बहून् विदश्यन्ति तवाहिता नन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखं तरं नु किं हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिं तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चया सुखदुःखस्य मे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयाजयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि एष ते विहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहर्षसि नेहाविक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमपि अस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो भयात् व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखायन्ताश्च बुद्ध्यो यो व्यवसायिनां यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रभवत्यन्ति अविपश्चिता वेदव्रातव्रता पार्थ नान्यद् अस्तीति वादिना कामात्मना स्वर्गपरा जन्मकर्मफलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तया परुतचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि समादो न विधीयते त्रैगुण्य विषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावनर्थे उदापाने सर्वथा सम्प्लुतो दुःखे तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानता कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गस्वकर्मणि योगस्था कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यो सिद्ध्यो समभूत्वा समत्वं योगमुच्यते तुरेण अवयं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्ध्यो श्रवणमन्विच्छ कृपणा फलहेतवा बुद्धियुक्तो जहातिह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद् योगाय युज्यस्व योगा कर्मसु कौशलं कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणा जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्ति अनामनं यदा ते मोहकलीलं बुद्धिव्यतचरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतृवस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्थास्यस्य निश्चल समादावचला बुद्धिस्तदा योगमवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्कपाश समाधिस्य केशव स्थितधीर् किं प्रभाषेत किमासीत व्रजेत किं श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मान्येवात्मना तुष्ट स्थितप्रज्ञस्तदोच्यते दुःखेष्व अनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगतस्पृहा वीतरागभयक्रोधा स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्र नवीनस्तत्तत् प्राप्यं शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दति न द्वेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मोर्गानिर्वशवशा इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिना रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततोऽपि कौन्तेय पुरुषश्च विपश्चिता इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसवं मना तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत् मत्परा वशे हि यस्य इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसा सङ्गस्तेषु जायते सङ्गात् संजायते कामात् कामात् क्रोधो विजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहा सम्मोहा स्मृतिविभ्रमा स्मृतिवंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेष विमुक्तेस्तु विषयानिन्दिरैश्चरन् आत्मविषये विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसु यासु बुद्धिपर्यवतिष्ठते नास्तिर्बुद्धिरयुक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभाव्यता शान्तिरशान्तस्य कृतसुखम् इन्द्रियाणि हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदस्य हरतिं प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावम् इवाम्बसि तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमी यस्यां जागर्ति भूतानि सा निशा पश्यतो मुने आपूर्यमानामचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापा प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायां प्रविशन्ति सर्वे शशान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामान्य सर्वान् पुंसाचरति निःस्पृहा निर्ममो निरहङ्कार शशान्तिमधिगच्छति एषा ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं पृच्छति Om iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Sankhya Yogonam Dvitiyodhyaya. Hare Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So since we are at school today, Yogi is our resident school teacher, and he has told me to instruct you to put your names on your books. So at the back of your book, there's on the back page, there's a space which says name, and we want you to all put your names there in case you do lose your books, as all good students do. Dear friends, we are moving on. Krishna is teaching us to rethink life, and he's told Arjuna that first you have to redefine success. And now Krishna is going to go further. He's going to teach Arjuna how to understand what success is. But to understand what is success, first you have to know identity. Who are you? The second chapter of the Gita is known as Sankhya Yoga. Sankhya means analysis. There are many things we can analyze in the world. My dad was a cricket fan, so we used to analyze the scores, the batting averages, the bowling averages. Sometimes people analyze the news. Sometimes people analyze other people. But the ultimate analysis that every single person needs to do is the analysis of what is spirit and what is matter. Unless you understand the distinction between spirit and matter, all other analysis in the world will lead you nowhere. And therefore, in the second chapter of the Gita, what Krishna does is he does this analysis. And he says, this is the very, very first thing you need to know. What is your identity? Because nowadays we have so many identities. Instagram identity, Facebook identity, career identity, temple identity, Sunday identity, Monday identity. And 6 feet below all of those identities, who are you really? That is what Krishna wants to teach Arjuna. Remember, Arjuna is an archer. And if you're an archer and you're about to shoot an arrow, hopefully not shoot the bow. Oh my God, that's dangerous. The first thing you have to do is, you have to pull back. So Krishna says, yes, there are 2 types of success. There's material and there's spiritual. But to know how to achieve that success, you have to know what is your dharma. And did you know there's a material dharma and there's also a spiritual dharma? And in order to know your dharma, what do you need to know? Your identity. And did you know there's a material identity and there's a spiritual identity? See, the Gita is very, very logical. Krishna is a mastermind. Krishna knows at what time to tell people what things. Again, 99.9% of the world only know about this. And therefore, did you know? They think they're living, but they're not living. They're only existing. If you really want to live, then you need to know both. And in order to do that, first, you have to understand what is your identity. And so here is Arjuna. He's completely bewildered. Krishna is smiling. The great philosopher teacher, Jiva Goswami, he says Krishna's first and final verse of instruction in the Bhagavad Gita is very instructive because it tells us the basic human condition of every single person in this world. The first and the last instruction. What is the first instruction that Krishna gives to Arjuna? In 2:11, Krishna says, Asocyan anvasochastvam pragyavadamscha bhashashe. Krishna says to Arjuna, Asocyan, don't lament. And the very final instruction of Krishna in the Gita in 1866, what does Krishna say? Moksha yishyami ma sucha. Krishna says the very final thing, ma sucha. Do you see? The same word comes up again. Socha, which means anxiety, which means fear, which means lamentation. Krishna says, basically the human condition is that from morning to evening, underlying everyone's emotions is fear, anxiety, and lamentation. Once I was driving in a car and there was a sign, do not disturb, already disturbed. You are sitting here, I can even see the energy from your head. Everyone is sitting here, but we are disturbed. We are in fear, anxiety. Some cloud is, isn't it? They had those cartoons where everything is sunny, but above the person there's a dark cloud. Everyone's sitting with that anxiety. And therefore Arjuna had that. He was crying. And Krishna says, now I'm going to relieve you of that anxiety. Dehinosmin yatha dehe kaumaram yovanam jara tatha dehantara prapti dhirastatra namuyati. This is so simple, so profound. We need to keep hearing this again and again. Krishna says, look Arjuna, never was there a time when you didn't exist, nor me, nor all these people. We were all existing before. We're existing now, and after this world will continue to exist. Krishna is telling Arjuna, you are not this body. You're not a man, you're not a woman, you're not young, you're not old. Shall I tell you what? You're not even Gujarati. Sorry to drop the news. We are something beyond all of this. There is a physical body, Krishna says, made up of 5 material elements. Bhumirapo, nalo, vayu, kamano, buddhirevacha. Earth, water, fire, air, ether. Then Krishna says, inside of that you have a subtle body made up of 3 subtle elements. Mind, intelligence, ego. Some people think they are the mind. I tell people the mind is not the root of consciousness. No. The mind is the root of consciousness. We think we are the mind. When a voice comes in the head, you think that's me. No, that's just the mind. Relax. And then Krishna says, beyond all of this, you are the soul. And as a soul, you are Sat, eternal, Chit, full of cognizance, and Ananda, full of happiness. How does every single fairy tale in the world end? They lived happily ever after. You think this is just a simple statement. This is a profound philosophical statement. Lived means Chit. Happily means Ananda. And ever after means? Does anyone live happily ever after in this world? No. But that aspiration is there because we're spiritual beings. We're not meant to be here. The first thing Krishna says to Arjuna is that you're not this body. We have to remind ourselves of this thing every single day. I was once in a talk with someone, so they were asking us questions, 2 of us on stage. So they asked the question, what's the first thing you do in the morning? So the person next to me said, I plan my day. They looked at me, they said, what's the first thing you're doing this morning? I said, I remind myself when I wake up that I'm not part of this world. We have to remind ourselves of this every single day. Krishna says this physical machine is not you. We identify it with it so much. Mirror, mirror, on the wall. But we are the soul. See? And when you go from one life to another, the soul is traveling. This is reincarnation. The soul is traveling. But you are beyond that. You're the soul. You're a spark of consciousness. So therefore, this beautiful analogy is given in the Upanishads, that the senses are like horses. The reins are like the mind. The driver is like the intelligence. And the soul is the passenger. And what should happen is that the soul should tell the intelligence how to control the mind, which should then guide the senses. But you know what happens in most people's lives, right? The senses see something, tell the mind it's great, which then forces the intelligence to figure it out, and the soul is basically non-existent. Yeah, that's how I felt also. This is very, very simple. It's very, very powerful. Krishna is telling us, remember, I keep repeating, because you need to repeat these things. There's spiritual and there's material. There's svadharma. Yes, you're a husband, you're a wife, you're a worker, you're positions in the world, but you have sanatan dharma. And your identity is material. There's a physical and there's a subtle, but then you're ultimately the soul. And most people don't connect with this identity. And so, remember we were talking about two sides of success? What Krishna is telling Arjuna is that these things have to go side by side. You have to perform your svadharma and your sanatan dharma side by side. And what Krishna says is that, remember, all of your designations in this world are simply a role. But your identity is that you're something beyond that. But what happens is that people think they are the roles that they play. No, no. All the world's a stage. And you're simply playing different parts at different times. And so, what we have to do every single day is join the 5 a.m. club. And if you're at the manor, you have to pay a higher price. It's 4:30 a.m. We have to rise before the sun. We have to rise before the world is moving. We have to rise before the WhatsApp notifications are coming in. And we have to remember, I have nothing to do with this world. I'm a spiritual being. I'm on a longer journey, just passing through for some time. And therefore, we encourage everyone, connect with your first identity in the morning, your identity as a spiritual being, because you know what? As time goes by, every single other identity will leave you. We think I'm a student. That one doesn't last for long. We think I'm a cricketer. I thought I was. Didn't last for long. I thought I was going to be shy in my life. Lost my innocence. Manager, positions come and go. Health ultimately leaves you. Riches will leave you. Even fame is so ethereal. It goes. Even your partner will leave you. And hopefully, even certain deviant beliefs will leave you as well. every single identity that we hold so dear to ourselves ultimately disappears in the waves of time. And why does Krishna take away all of those identities? To make you realize that you're none of those things. You're something, you're that thing which remains once all of those identities are gone. And therefore Krishna says to Arjuna, if you want to be successful, then know that while in this material body, you have a spiritual identity, and learn to integrate and live with an awareness of both of those identities. So dear friends, remember, Krishna is telling us to rethink life. Some people will tell you spirituality comes later. No, no, no. Spirituality doesn't come later. It doesn't. Once one monk wanted to join here, his father came in, and his father said, let him grow up. Let him earn a living. Let him have children. Let his children grow up to be his age, and then he can do it. We looked at his father and said, forget him, we'll take you instead. The father said, no, it's okay, you take him. I'm just now coming. No, no. Spirituality comes first. You don't get in a car, start driving, go on the motorway, and after 2 hours on the motorway, ask yourself the question, where am I going? You ask the question first. My job and relationships are my identity. No, no, no. Your jobs and your relationships are your role. You're doing them for some time. Be dutiful. But remember, you're nothing to do with any of these things. I have a soul. Correct? Correct? I have a body. I am the soul. You don't have a soul. Your first identity is that you are the soul. And you have this body for some time. Everything is taken away from me. We look at Krishna. Everything you're taking away from me. Correct? No. Everything is taken away. That's not me. Krishna will take away everything from you. That's not you. To help you realize who you really are. Therefore, one of Krishna's names is Hari. Krishna is a thief. It's too late. You got involved with a thief. That means he will steal away everything from you. Vraje prasidam navanita chauram chauragraganyam purusham namami. Krishna steals the clothes. He steals the butter, he'll steal your mind, he'll steal away all your sinful reactions, and he'll steal away everything from you and leave you with the greatest wealth to make you understand that you're not any of these things. You're a spiritual being. When you wake up in the morning, no fear, no socha, no anxiety, no lamentation, because it's all just temporary. Easier said than done. But when we remind ourselves of this, then we become free from all of this anxiety that Arjuna is going through. Therefore, the very next thing after teaching Arjuna that you have to rethink life, Arjuna, first thing, redefine success. And then, after redefining success, rediscover your real identity. Hare Krishna.
Arjunuvacha Jayasi chet karmanaste mata buddhirjanardana tat kim karmani gore mam niyojayasi Keshava yami shrenena vakyena buddhim mohasvaiva me tadekam vada nishchitya yena shreham napnuyan Shri Bhagavan uvacha lokesmen dvivida nishta pura prokta maya naga jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogena yoginam na karmanam ararambha naiskarmyam purushoshnute na cha sanyat sanadeva siddhim samadhi gacchati nahi kaschit shanamapi jatu tishtyatya karma krut karyate avasha karma sarva prakriti jay gunai कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य या आस्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियमार्थान् विमूढात्मा मित्राचारस्य उच्यते यस्तु इन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्य रपते अर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रिय कर्मयोगम् असक्ता स विशिष्यते नियतं कुरु कर्मत्वं कर्मजायो यकर्मणा शरीरयात्रा प्रीच्यते न प्रसिद्ध्येत कर्मणा यज्ञार्था कर्मणो नत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धना तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गा समाचरा सह यज्ञा प्रजा सृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापति अनेन प्रशिवष्टव्यम् एष वोस्तित्वकामधुक् देवान् भावयता तेन ते देवान् भावयन्तु वा परस्परं भावयन्त श्रेया परमवाप्स्यत इष्टान् भोगानि वो देवा दास्यन्ते यज्ञभाविता तर्हिदन्तद् अभविद्भायो यो भुक्तेस्तेन एव सा यज्ञशिष्टाशिना सन्तो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषै पुञ्जन्ते ते त्वगं पापा ये पचन्त्यात्मकारणात् अन्नात् भवति भूतानि पर्जन्यदन्नसम्भवा यज्ञात् भवति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवा कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षरसमुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति यः अगायु इन्दिरारामो मोगं पार्थ स जीवति यस्त्व आत्मवृत्ति एव स्यात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानव आत्मनि एव च सन्तुष्टस्तस्य कारणं विद्यते नैव तस्य कृतेर्नाथो न कृते नेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चित् अर्थप्रकाशया तस्मादसक्ता सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो हि अचरन् कर्म परमाप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मण्येव हासिंसिम् आस्थिता जनकादया लोको सङ्ग्रहमेवापि सम्प्रश्यं कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यद् आचरति श्रेष्ठस्तत्तदेवोत्तरजना स यत् प्रमाण कुरुते लोकस्तदनुवर्तते न मे पार्थास्ति कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तमवाप्तव्यं वर्त एव च कर्मणि यदि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतेन्द्रिता मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः उत्सीदेयुर्मे लोका न कुर्यं कर्म चेदहं संक्रस्य च कर्तस्यान् उपहन्नाति मम प्रजा सक्तकर्म अविद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्त्या विद्वततः शक्तश्चिकीर्षो लोकसङ्ग्रहं न बुद्धिं वेद जनयेद यज्ञानं कर्मसङ्गिनं चोत्सित् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तान् समाचरन् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्मणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारं विमूढात्मा कर्ताहमिति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढा सञ्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृत्स्नविदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नं विद्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यासादात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युद्धेष्व विगत्वज्वरा यमे मतामिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवा श्रद्धावन्तो निसूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः ये त्वेतद् अभिसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानं विमूढास्तान् विद्धि नष्टान् चेतसा सदृशं चेतसे सत् स्यात् प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निरग्र्यं करिष्यसि इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियास्यार्थे रागद्वेष विवस्थितो तयोर्न वशमागच्छेत् तो हि ये परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणा परधर्मात् स्वदुष्टिता स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेया परधर्मो भयावहा अर्जुन उवाच अत केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन्नपि वार्ष्णेय फलादिव नियोजिता श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भवा महार्षणो महापाप्मा विद्धि येनं विहवरिणं धूमेन व्रियते वह्निर्यथा दर्पो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतोर्गर्भस्तथा तेनेद आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञाननित्योरवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणालनेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्य धनसमुच्यते एतैर्मोह अत्येष अज्ञानमावृत्य देहिनां तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाणाद्यो नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्नानं प्रजहीयेनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराणि आहुरिन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनस्तस्तु परा बुद्धिर्यो बुद्धे परतस्तु सा एवं बुद्ध्वे परं भूत्वा संस्तभ्यादात्मनात्मना जहि शत्रुमहाबाहो कामरूपं दुरासदम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Chapter 4 Shri Bhagavanuvaच Imam vivasate yogam proktavanamamavvyayam vivasvan manave praha manu ikshvakave pravit evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo vidu sakalena hi mahata yoganasta parantapa sa evyam maya tedya yogu prokta puratana bhaktosti me sakha cheti rahasyam edaduttamam arjunuvacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivashita katam etad vinyayam tvamudo praktavaniti Shri Bhagavanuvacha bahuni me vyatitani janmani tava charjuna tanyaham veda sarvani natvam veta parantapa ajopi sanyavavyayatma bhutanam ishvaropi sam prakritim swamadhishtaya brahma mam atmanmayaya yada yada hi dharmasya glanirбhavati bharata abhyuttanam dharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tattvata tyaktva deham punarjanma naiti mameti sorjuna vitaraga bhaya krodha manmaya mamupashita bahavo jnana tapasa भूतमद्भावमागता ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तांस्तथैव भजाम्यहम् मम वर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षता कर्मणां सिद्धिं भजन्ते इह देवता शीघ्रं हि मनुष्ये लोके सिद्धिं समधिगच्छा चातुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्धिमकर्तारमव्ययम् न मां कर्माणि लिप्यन्ति न मे कर्मफले स्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्मभिर्न सभायते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभैः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किम् अकर्मेति कवयोऽपि अर्थमोहिता तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि ज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् कर्मणो हि अपि बौद्धव्यं च विकर्मणा अकर्मणाश्च बौद्धव्यं गहना कर्मणो गति कर्मणि अकर्मया प्रस्येत् अकर्मणिश्च कर्मया सबुद्धिं मा मनुष्येषु स युक्ता कृष्णं कर्मकृत् यस्य सर्वसमारम्भा सर्वसङ्कल्पवर्जिता ज्ञानादिसग्नकर्माणि तमुः पण्डितं बुधा त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराशया कर्मज्ञ अभिवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति स निराशीर्यतचित्तात्मा त्यक्त्वा सर्गपरिग्रहः शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वं नाप्नोति किल्बिषं यदृच्छया लवसन्तुष्टौ द्वन्द्वावीतो विमत्सरा समासित्वौ असिद्ध्वौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते कतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानवाष्टितचेतसा यज्ञाताचरता कर्म समाग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्म प्राणो ब्रह्म ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मेण तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना देवामेवापरे यज्ञं योगिना पर्युपासते ब्रह्मण्यपरे यज्ञं यज्ञेवानोपजुह्यति श्रोतेन्द्रियाणि अन्यत् समाग्निषु जुह्यति शब्दान् विषयानन्यत् इन्द्रियाणेषु जुह्यति सर्वेन्द्रियाणि कर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयम्य योगज्ञो जुह्यति ज्ञानदीपिते त्रया यज्ञास्तपो योगयज्ञास्तथा परे श्रद्धायज्ञाश्च यथा समतिवर्तता अपाने जुह्यति प्राणं प्राणपान तथा परे प्राणपानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायाम च परायणा अपरे नियताहारा प्राणपानेषु जुह्यति सर्वप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषा यज्ञाशिष्टामृतां भोजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनं नायं लोकस्य यज्ञासा कुतो नया कुरु सतम् एवं बाहुविद्धि ज्ञानं वितता ब्रह्मणो मुखे जन्मनं विदितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्षसे श्रेयान्त्रयामयज्ञात् परन्तप सर्वं कर्मखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनास्तस्वदर्शना यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यस्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतानि शेषानि द्रक्ष आत्म अथो मया अपि चेतसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः प्रकृतमा सर्वज्ञानं फलेनैव युञ्जन्ते सत्तरिष्यसि यथा दीप्सोऽस्मि भस्मसात् कुरुतेऽर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मसात् कुरुतेर्तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धा कालेनात्मनि वन्दति श्रद्धालब्धते जानम तत्परा समतेन्द्रिया ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परं शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति अन्याश्च श्रद्धदानश्च संशयात्मा विनश्यति नायं लोकस्ति न पारो न सुखं संशयात्मना योगसंन्यासकर्माणं ज्ञानसञ्चिन्न संशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मात् अज्ञानसम्भूतं वृत्तं न्यास्तिर्दिनात्मना चित्वन्नं संशयं योगम् आश्रितोत्तिष्ठ भारत ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता सूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानयोगो नाम चतुर्थोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Chapter 5 Arjuna Vacha Sannyasam Karmanam Krishna Punaryogam Cha Samshasi Yachreya Etayorekam Tanme Bruhi Sunishtitam Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Sannyasa Karma Yogascha Nishreyasya Kura Upau Tayastu Karma Sannyasat Karma Yogo Vishishyate Jnanasya sannyasi no natveshti na kankshati nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate sankhya yogo pratagpala pravadanti na pandita ekamapi astita samyak ubayor vindate phalam yat sankhye pratiyatstanam atadyoker api gamyate ekam sankhyam cha yogam cha या पश्यति स पश्यति संन्यासस्तु महाबाहो निगृह्यम् आप्तुमयोगता योगयुक्तो मुनिर्ब्रह्म न चिरेणाधिगच्छति योगयुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजिता मां चतेन्द्रिया सर्वभूतात्मा भूतात्मा कुर्वाणमपि लिप्यते नैव किञ्चित् करोमीति युक्तो मन्येत तत्त्ववित् Spashyan spunvan pushan jigran ashnan gachan swapan swasan pralatpan visujan gurnan unmisham nimisham api indiran indirartheshu vartata iti darayan brahmanya ityadi karmani sangam tyaktva karotiya lipyante na sapapena padma patram imam vasha Kayena manasya buddha kalena indriyarapi yogina karma kurvanti sangam tvatma atsudutayet yukta karma phalam sankva shanti mopnauti maitikam ayukta kama karena phalam statto nipadyate sarvan karmani manasa sannyasatme sukham vishi navedvahe pure dehi नैव कुर्वन्न कार्यन् न कृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभो न कर्मफलसंयोगं सम्भवस्तु प्रवर्तते नान्दते कस्यचित् पापं नैव न चैवं सुकृतं विभु अज्ञानेन वृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यञ्चिद्यन्तवा ज्ञानेन तु तज्ज्ञानं येषां नास्ति क्षमात्मना तेषाम् आदिश्य वज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परं तद्बुद्धिर्यस्तदात्मानस्तद्निष्ठा तत्परायणा गच्छन्ति पुनरावृत्तिं ज्ञाननिर्धूतकल्मषा विद्याविनयसम्पन्ने ब्राह्मणे कविहस्तिनि सुनी चैव च पाके च पंडिता समदर्शना इहैव तेजितार्सर्गो येषां साम्येऽस्तिनात्मना निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थिता न प्रियश्चेत् प्रियं प्राप्य नो द्विचेत् प्राप्य च प्रियं स्थिरबुद्धिरसम्मूढो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणा स्थिता पायस्पेषक असक्तात्मा विद्या आत्मनि यत् सुखं स ब्रह्म योगयुक्तात्मा सुखम् अक्षयमश्नुते yahi samprashacha bhogo dukkham yogyani evate adityavantu kaunteyu namte shuramate buddha shaknoti yeva hasodum praksharira vimokshanat kama krodho bhavam vegam sayukta sanukirnara yonyatra sukhanantaramas tatra jyotirtyevaya sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhutadi gacchati labante brahma nirvanam rasirkina kalmasha chinnantvaitaya tatmana sarva bhuta hiterata kama krodho vimuktanam yatinam yatachetasam abhitto brahma nirvanam vartate vidyatatmanam sparshan krutva bahirvayam chakshushchaivantare pravo prana prano samakrutva nahvasyapyante nacharino yatendriya mano buddhir muni moksha prayayana vigaccheta bhaya krodho ya sada mukta evasa bhoktaram yajna tapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram surudam sarvabhutanam jnatva mam shantiricchati iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Sannyasa Yogo Nam Panchamo Dhyaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
That was 3 chapters in a row. I think we should give them a round of applause. That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. So we chanted 3 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita in a row because these 3 chapters are dealing with a similar theme. Here, Krishna has told Arjuna about success, about identity. Arjuna is accepting it. He's accepting, I'm a spiritual being in a human body at the moment. But Arjuna has a doubt. Arjuna has a confusion. Arjuna has a reservation. That is it possible to live both of these things side by side? Therefore, if you look at all of these chapters, what is the common word? Every single one of these chapters use the word karma because Arjuna doesn't want to do karma. Arjuna is saying to Krishna, now you've told me I'm a spiritual being, best thing is that I eject myself. Early retirement. And Krishna says, everyone has to act. Nobody can retire. Everyone has to do their dharma. But you have to do karma yoga. You have to do it in a spiritual way. So Arjuna is asking questions about this because most of us struggle with this. We're living out there in the world and it's very difficult to be spiritual. When I was at university, I studied at UCL. So I used to take the train from Wembley Park to Euston Square every single day. So I would be sitting in the train carriage. And I tell you, one day I was sitting in the Metropolitan Line train carriage. And I was watching the whole scene. And I had this realization, this is a jail. Does it look like a jail to you? Sometimes it feels like a jail. We make decisions in our life and then we feel like we're living in a jail. There's so much we want to do. We want to be spiritual, but we feel like we're restricted. We feel like it's so hard to balance both of those things. And that's exactly the dilemma that Arjuna has. He says to Krishna, can I really be on the battlefield and be spiritual? Can I really live in the world and do my karma and still attain spiritual success? The Bhagavad Gita was spoken on the battlefield. This is very, very significant. Because on the battlefield of life, the immediate and the ultimate both become very, very important. The immediate is important because in the very next moment, everyone's going to take their weapons out and everyone's going to start fighting, and you need to know what to do. But the ultimate also becomes very important because on a battlefield, what could happen at any moment? You could die. And then what? What happens after that? So the battlefield is a very interesting place because it's the place where the immediate is important and the ultimate is also important. Therefore, the Bhagavad Gita is an incredible book because it doesn't just talk about the metaphysical, but it talks about the physical. It doesn't just talk about the otherworldly, but it talks about this world. It doesn't just talk about the afterlife, but it talks about the here life. And therefore, Krishna is now systematically training Arjuna in how to do his duty, be in the world, perform all of his karma, and at the same time, keep his mind focused on the ultimate. Therefore, I told you, the first thing we have to do is join the 5 a.m. club. And when I gave this offer to someone, they said, that sounds great, but after the 5 a.m. club, there's the 9 a.m. reality. 5 a.m. everything is fine. 9 a.m. everything is... One time we had one person, he came from Citibank, and he came to the temple for Mangalarti. So he was like a global director in Citibank. So I spoke to him after. He said, you guys, your movement is the most organized movement in the whole world. I said, are you in the same... Are you seeing the same thing as me? He goes, no, it's amazing. He says, I've traveled all around the world, and whichever temple I go to, you guys have Mangalarti at the same time, is singing in the same tune, and the same pujari is offering the same items, and at the very on the dot, the conch is blown. Because this is amazing management. I said, wow. So he said, yeah, therefore, he said, I travel all around, I come to your morning program. I said, what do you do after the morning program? He says, I leave the temple about 8 o'clock and then I go to... I said, that's when all the chaos starts in the temple. Up until the morning program, everything's okay, but then it gets a little chaotic. We're all living in the world. And it's hard, because you have to balance so many things. Can you really do it and be spiritual? What makes it hard for you to be a spiritual person while living in the world? Tell me. This is your time to vent. Tell me, what makes it hard? No time. People. Was that your husband or? Okay, we'll leave that bit out. Responsibilities. Career. It could be your wife as well. Yes, I'll let you get that one in as well. We'll put it here. Wife. And we'll put husband as well in capitals. Just equal rights. What makes it hard? Tell me. Fear. Fear of what? Public opinion. Public opinion. What people will say. Tiredness. Kali Yuga. Freedom. What do you mean freedom? Okay, that was the last one. Go on. Who was that?
I have to be somewhere at a certain time.
Responsibilities, duties. Anyway, I'm not going to let you vent now. We didn't get too much. So many things make it hard. There are many obstacles. Arjuna is saying to Krishna, let me go to the forest. If you go to the forest, will you have the problem of no time? That problem solved. If you go to the forest, will you have all these annoying people around you? The mother-in-law. No, problem solved. If you go to the forest, will you have responsibilities? No, problem solved. If you go to the forest, you have to turn up, clock in, 9 a.m., or pretending like you're working online when you're not. No. Wife, husband, as long as you don't take them with you. Public opinion, problem in the forest? Where there ain't no one around, unless you're worried what the cuckoos say or something. Tiredness? You can make your own schedule. No problem. Duties? No. Sounds like a good plan, no? Arjuna is wise. Say, Krishna, it makes sense, no? Makes sense to give it all up. We're giving you all an open invitation. Krishna, Arjuna is saying, why do you want me to stay here? Why do you want me to live in this world? Why do you want me to face all of these things? It doesn't make any sense. Better, Krishna, Tyag. Open invitation. Any takers? In one Jain monastic tradition, when you become a monk, you have to pull out every single hair by your hand. Now you know why I became a Hare Krishna. Not ready for that one. Can you walk away from it all? Sometimes in our heart we feel, I just leave away, go away. Krishna says to Arjuna, you can't. Because practically, you won't even be able to maintain yourself if you go to the forest. Society won't be maintained. It will never work on a practical level. Krishna says to Arjuna, even if you want to walk away from the battlefield, it won't work because your mind will still be on the battlefield. If you leave the battlefield, if you leave your job, your career, and you go to the forest, in the forest you'll be thinking, did Man United win the Premier League? Did that person get married? Your mind will still be there. And Krishna says, what you don't realize, Arjuna, is that every single obstacle which you think is blocking you from your spirituality is actually an opportunity. But you have to look at it in a different way. And so, Krishna says to Arjuna, you have to learn the art of karma yoga. You have to be involved in the world, but not entangled. How do you make your work into worship? Krishna gives a lot of information. I'm just trying to condense it for you. I'm giving you 6 things that Krishna tells Arjuna to do to make your life as a karma yogi. The first thing Krishna says is, do a job in the world that resonates with you. Follow your swadharma. If you're a teacher, be a teacher. If you're a teacher, don't become an investment banker just because it earns you money. Follow your own dharma. Every single person has a dharma. Dharma rakshita rakshita. If you protect your dharma will protect you. Always do a career in life which resonates with you. In your career and your work, refine it so that you're working in a world that doesn't cause exploitation to others, that doesn't develop qualities which are unfavorable within you. Do a career, work in the world, function in a refined way so that you don't accrue sinful reactions. Results. Offer whatever results you get from your work. Ma karma falahetu urbur mate sangos karmani. Krishna says, offer your results. You work in the world, you get some intelligence. Use that in a spiritual way. You work in the world, you get some money. Use that in a spiritual way. You work in the world, you get some influence. Use it in a spiritual way. By using your results, you become a karma yogi. Rest. Make sure, svastya, you take care of your health. What profiteth a man who gains the whole world but loses their soul? Take rest. Don't work so hard that you have no time in your life to do other things. Remember Krishna while working in the world. This we call Smaran. Create an environment where you can remember Krishna. And the remainder of your time outside of your work, do sadhana. Do spiritual practice. If you do these 6 things, then you live in the world, but you will be as good, if not better, than any sannyasi. Krishna says to Arjuna, Anashrita karma phalam karyam karma karoti ya sa sannyasi cha yogi cha na niragnir na chakriya. The sannyasi is not just one who is seen by some external dress. This does not make one a sannyasi. What makes one a sannyasi is that every activity is connected in a spiritual way, and every single person has that opportunity. I'm going to leave you with one final thought, because whenever we talk about karma yoga, the biggest problem people say is, I don't have time. Agreed? Yes. Life is busy. Agreed? Yes. You wish you had an 8th day in the week. Agreed? So what I did is I studied so many time management books. In 1.5 minutes, I'm going to tell you the essence of everything. I don't want to waste your time. We need to make time. We need to know how to manage time. First thing is maximize. The most simple point is no wasting time. Did you know that if you don't waste time, Krishna will bring more time in your life, because Krishna says, Kalosmi, I am time. But if you waste time, then why will Krishna give you more time? Because you're not utilizing what you have. Therefore, there are 1,000,001 ways in which we waste time. If you don't waste time, then you'll find time expands. Second thing is prioritize. Oftentimes what happens is we do the easy things, we do the appreciated things, we do the visible things, but we don't do the important things. Therefore, know what to do first and what to do next. Third thing is eliminate. Learn to say no. We think time management means putting more and more and more and more and more. Time management also means look at your life and ask yourself, what things am I doing that I don't need to do? Because if you don't say no to one thing, then you will be saying no to a more important thing without even knowing. And the final thing is integrate. Don't kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but liberate 2 birds with 1 samosa. In other words, do 2 things in 1 activity. If you need exercise, then go for a walk and at the same time chant Hare Krishna. And in that way you can chant and you can also remain healthy. In other words, integrate. This is the essence. So Krishna is telling Arjuna, you just have to learn to reposition your lifestyle. You can be spiritual in the world. The world will tell you, give your best from 9 to 5. Krishna says, give your best from 5 p.m. to 9 a.m. Because it's in this time that you rest. It's in this time that you recuperate. It's in this time that you realign yourself with your spiritual principles by joining the 5 a.m. club. And if you take this time seriously, then when you emerge into the world from 9 to 5, you will be a spiritual person. But between 5 and 9, if you waste it, then between 9 and 5, forget it. The world will tell you you can be anything you want to be. That's not true. You can be everything that you are meant to be. Each of us have a dharma. Each of us have a special ability, a special aptitude given by Krishna, and we all have to find our dharma. It's not that we can become anything that we want to be, but Krishna has given us each a genius capability that we have to find. Most people in the world are stressed out because they obsess about success. Krishna says, don't do that. Just focus on the process. Krishna says, you're not in charge of the results. If you're a student and you've got exams coming up, don't obsess about getting A's. Instead, just focus on the process of how to prepare yourself in the best way, and then know that whatever result comes is Krishna's plan and is already a success because you focused on the process. And the world will tell you, use your success to enjoy. No, sorry. Use your success to serve others. When you succeed in the world and then you use that success to make other people's lives beautiful, that success becomes fulfilling, and that success brings you happiness. And therefore, Krishna tells Arjuna, just reposition yourself. You don't need to eject yourself from the world. I've told you, success is not just material, it's spiritual. And I've told you, you are a spiritual being and you have to follow your material duties. But remember, the material and spiritual can be perfectly integrated if you learn how to reposition your lifestyle. Hare Krishna.
Can do better than that. Devotees, can we please put our hands together for Keshava Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Just a couple of announcements before we move. We will be taking our break now. You've sat for a good, just about over 2 hours, so I'm sure you need a bit of a stretch and a break. Maharaj will be available just on the stage here. So if you want to meet him, please feel free to do so. There's a book table outside. If you're liking what you're hearing, can we have a big Haribol? You're not really impressed. If you're liking what you're hearing, can we have a big, loud Haribol? One more time. So this type of wisdom that Maharaj shares is, the zenith of practicality, applicability, and spirituality. So we've got some of Maharaj's books. Maharaj is an author. I'm sure there's more than 10 books that Maharaj has written now, but they're available at the table outside. So we give you 10 minutes. Because of the length of the program, I have to be very strict. At 11:30 sharp, we will start the next sitting. So please take this time, 10 minutes to stretch, meet Maharaj, get some of Maharaj's books, go to the toilet, hydrate, rehydrate, dehydrate, and we'll see you back in the same spots. Please do not steal anyone else's chair. Thank you. Hare Krishna. 10 minutes, 11:30, we will start again. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. If you're entering now, we ask you to please do so in a very quiet manner, so you don't disturb those who are in their seats starting the recitation. Thank you very much. This is now chapter number 6. So please have your books ready. There will be breaks after the next 6 chapters. So you will get an opportunity to stretch once again. But can we please ask our very dear Bharati to please take us through the recitation of chapter number 6. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Anishvita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karotiya Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Na Niragnir Na Chakriya Yam Sanyasamiti Prahur Yogam Tam Viti Pandava Nahi Sanyasa Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Kashtana Arurokshor Munir Yogam Karma Karanam Uchyate Yogarudasya tasyaiva samakaranam uchyate yada hi nendriyartheshu na karma svanusajjate sahasakam ka sannyasi yogarudasya dochyate udhyarat atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva atmanor bandhur atmaiv ruparim atmana bandhuratmatmanastasya Yenatnaiva manajita anatmanastu shatrutve vartetatmaiva shatruvat chitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahita shitoshna sukha dukkheshu tata manapamanayo jnana vijnana druptatma kutasto vijatendriya yukta uti uchite yogi samaloshtasma kanchana Spruhun mitra udasina madhyastyashta nedvesha bandhushu saudva apicha papeshu samabuddhir vishishyate yogi yunchita satattam atmanam rahastim sita ekaki yata chittatma nirashir aparigraha suchau deshe pratishthabhya stiramana samatmana nati ucharitam nicham Chailagnam Purushottaram Tatraikagram Mana Krutva Yatachit Indriyar Kriya Upavenshensite Yunjat Yogam Atma Vishuddhayet Samakara Shriyo Grivam Tarayam Achalam Stiram Sampreksha Nisakaraswam Disha Chanavalokayan Prashantatma Vigatipir Brahmachari Vaterstita Manasayama Machitto Yukta Asita Matpara Yunjat Eva Sadatmanam Yogi Niyata Manasa Shantir Nirvana Paramam Matsanam Adhikachati Nandan Astir Yogasti Nachai Katnam Anashnata Nachati Swapnasilasya Jagruto Neva Charjuna Yukta Hara Viharasya Yukta Cheshtasya Karmasu Yupna Swapno Bododasya Yogo Bhavati Dukkhaha Yada Vineyatam Chittam Atmaneva Vavastita Nispruha Sarvakamebhyo Yuktaiti Uchite Tada Yatha Dipo Nivatasto Nengate Sopamasmrita Yogino Yata Chittasya Yunjato Yogamatmana Yatra Paramatme Chittam Nirdautam Yoga Sevaya Yatra Chaivatmanatmanam Pashyam Atmani Tushtati Sukham Atyantikam Yattat Buddhi Krayamatendriyam Veti Yatra Na Chaivayam Stitas Chalati Tatvata Yam Labdva Cha Param Labam Manyante Nandikam Tata Yasman Stitona Dukkhena Gurunapi Vichalyate Tam Vitti Dukha Samyogam Viyogam Yoga Sanjitam Sanishchayena Yoktavyo Yogo Nirvana Chetasa Sankalpa Prabhavan Kamas Tyaktvan Sarvana Sheshata Manaseva Indriya Gramam नियम्य समन्तना शनैः शनैरुपरमेतद् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थमना कृत्वा न किञ्चित् कपि चिन्तयेत् यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम एतद् आत्मनि एव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तं मनसा येनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्त्यरजसं ब्रह्मभूतामकल्मषं युञ्जात् एव सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषा सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थितमात्मान् सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मान् सर्वत्र समदर्शना यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजते तात्ममाश्रिता सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मपेन्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मता अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्ता साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्मां स्थितिं स्थिरां चञ्चलं हि मनः कृष्ण प्रमाथि बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायुरिव सुदुष्करं श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च क्रियते असंशयात्मना योगो दुष्प्रापि इति मे मता यस्यात्मनस्तु यतता संखो वाप्तुमुपायत अर्जुन उवाच अयतीशतर्यापीतो योगच्छलति मानसा अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कच्चिन्नो भयविभ्राश्च चिन्नभ्रम इह निष्ठति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणापति एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुम् अहर्षचेतसा त्वदन्य संशयस्यास्य चैतन्य उपपद्यते श्रीभगवानुवाच पार्थनैवेह नामृत्वा विनाशा तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृतः कश्चित् दुर्गतिं कथ गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतान् लोकान् उष्ट्रेतास्तसामिसां शुचिनः श्रीमता गेहे योगो भ्रष्टो विजायते अथवा योगिनाम् एव कुले भवति धीमता एतद्धि दुर्लभं तारं लोको जन्म यदीदृशं तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभन्ते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूया संसिद्धिं कुरुनन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव ऋते हि अभियोऽपि स जिज्ञासुरपि योगस्य शब्दा ब्रह्मति वर्तते पयात्रनात्रमस्तु योगः संसिद्धकल्बिषा अनेक जन्म संसिद्ध ततो याति परां गतिं तपस्विभ्याधिका योगी ज्ञानिभ्योऽपि मतोऽधिका कर्मेभ्यश्चाधिका योगी तस्माद्योगी भवार्जुन योगीनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनान्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां स मे युक्ता तमो मता ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ध्यानयोगो नाम चतुर्थोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा
कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. We're coming to now the end of the first 6 chapters of the Gita. Krishna just told Arjuna to reposition his lifestyle. And basically, Krishna has convinced Arjuna. Arjuna is intellectually convinced. There's only one problem And that problem is the mind. Put your hand up if you have a problem with your mind. Thank you. And for those of you who didn't put your hand up, we have a seminar in truthfulness. Dhyan is the title of chapter number 6. Dhyan means meditation. Dhyan can also mean focus. If you want to achieve anything in life, you have to be focused. You have to be one-pointed. Whether it's material or whether it's spiritual, your mind can't be everywhere. Your mind has to be in one place. And therefore, Arjun looks at Krishna and says, intellectually it all makes sense, but my mind is mad. And I don't know, can I really live in this world and control my mind and achieve the spiritual perfection you want me to? Krishna then says, okay, then I will teach you by impossibility. This is a technique you can use. If you ever want to teach someone something, you can tell them all the benefits of doing it, and if that doesn't work, then tell them the alternative and how that will never work. And therefore, Krishna says, okay, you don't want to live in the world and control your mind, you don't think it's possible, then it means you have to go to the forest. And in the forest, you have to do Astanga Yoga. You have to become a tyagi, a renunciate. And let me tell you what that entails. So here, Krishna begins to teach Arjuna by impossibility. And in this chapter, Krishna teaches the most important knowledge perhaps, which is so pertinent in the world today, because the biggest problem in the world today is mental health. So, today, I want to do a live mind scan of one person in the room. I am going to give you a free consultation. I'm going to scan your mind. So I'm thinking, actually maybe we can have Vaishnav. Is Vaishnav here? Would you like to all know what's going on in Vaishnav's mind? Would you like us to scan his mind? Give him a round of applause. Let's have Vaishnav here. Is he here? Oh, he's here. Okay. Okay, so Vaishnav has been doing a lot. He's balancing a lot in the world. He's our Arjun. He has 2 very wonderful children. He's a married man. He marries many, many more people as well. He's part of the management and the leadership here, and he has the best dress sense. I think so. Okay, Vaishnav, we're going to do a little scan of your mind. Start, chanting the Maha Mantra in your mind to start purifying it and, other things. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a continuum, and I want you to tell me where on the continuum do you think your mental state is generally at. So for example, do you feel mentally you're more in the mode of comparing, criticizing and competing, or more in the mode of appreciating and encouraging? Now we know you're both, Vaishnav. You're a nice person, we know that. But we want to know what's internally going on in your mind. Where would you say you are along this continuum? What is your general mental state? Can you point to us and tell me? I want to know somewhere along the line. Where would you say roughly you are? Okay, about here? Here? Okay. I think that was a bit more to the comparing side than you said, but my hand never lies. Okay? Do you feel your mental state is more looking for short-term gratification, or are you more fixed on long-term? Where do you think you are?
Long term.
Can I go closer? Okay,
70% in.
Some here, somewhere here. Like here?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. He's not humble as well. Do you feel your mind is distracted and many-branched, or do you feel like generally you're very attentive, very focused? I've been in meetings with you, so don't.
Depends on what part of the day, but maybe 40%.
40% in, somewhere here?
A bit more.
I can't cross it out now, it's done. What's done is done. Do you generally feel your mental state is controlled by fear? Oh, something's going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong. No, there's a great opportunity, but what could go wrong, what could go wrong? Or do you feel you're generally inspired by dreams? Yeah, let's give it a go, let's try.
20%.
Okay.
Fear of God. And the wife.
BMF training. Do you feel you're overthinking and procrastinating a lot? Or do you feel that you analyze, weigh it up, articulate, and then act?
Say 70%.
Here. Okay. You can all do this mind scan, by the way. And do you feel you're generally rigid and attached? Like you have an idea in your mind, it must go like this, and then you're attached to it. Well, things change, life changes. Well, let's go with the flow.
Don't have a choice, about 90%.
You're flexible. No, not don't have a choice. In your mind, would you like to have a choice?
Oh, maybe 80%.
Vaishnav Das, this is your mind scan. I'll give my fees later. Now let me give you my consultation. Your mind could be in order, could be being the operative word. Your mind could be on the border, or your mind could be out of order. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause for being so honest. Friends, where would you be on the mind scan? Where is the mind tending? On the border, out of order? The mind is so difficult. This is the one thing that is driving your experience of life every single day. The mind. And the mind has a tendency to magnify, isn't it? Someone can say one bad thing about you and you lose complete self-esteem. Or you make one mistake and you tell yourself, I can never do it again. Sometimes what the mind will do is it will minimize. So many great things are there in your life, but the mind will not allow you to bring it into focus. The mind will invent, isn't it? You just look at someone and you say, look at the way they walk. Clearly, and we make a whole story about someone based on the inventions of our mind. The mind is very, very negative. Always looking at the bad. Always seeing what could go wrong. Always feeling that I'm a victim. And the mind is very, very distracted. Can't concentrate, can't focus. Once I was giving a class and someone said, brilliant class. I said, what did you like? He said, you ended on time. The mind is very difficult. And if we don't learn how to control the mind, life will be very difficult. And shall I tell you what? Added to the mind is social media. Social media means more distraction, more temptation. more misinformation. Mind plus social media equals mind squared. Trust me. Krishna is teaching Arjuna how to deal with the mind. And Krishna is saying, Arjuna, you want to go to the forest and you want to meditate? You think you'll be able to control your mind? Let me tell you, Arjuna, what you have to do. If you want to go now in January, there will be Kumbh Mela. I've been to Kumbh Mela 12 years ago. I saw all the yogis. I saw the Naga Babas. I saw how they practice. And what do? Ashtanga Yoga. They go into seclusion and they do yam, niyam, asana, pranayam, pratyahara, dharana, and then dhyan comes. And from there, samadhi. Modern yoga in Harrow Leisure Center is just this. Modern yoga has lost its soul. There's no soul. They're just taking two things out of a bigger practice and then helping people on some level. I don't want to also say it's bad. It can help on some level, but it's only part of it. Krishna is saying to Arjuna, you have to do this, all of this. Sit on a deer skin, go in the forest, practice celibacy, close your eyes so that they're not fully shut but not fully open, stare on the tip of your nose. Try it for 1 second. Stare on the tip of your nose. I just want to see what it looks like. 500 people trying to try it for 1 second. Go on, try. Stare at the tip of your nose. You have to do it for hours. Arjuna says, Madhusudan, Krishna, this system of yoga is impractical, undurable, I can't do it, it's not possible, the mind is too unsteady. How will I be able to control the mind? Arjuna says, Vayuriva sudushkaram. To control the mind is more difficult than controlling the wind. And what does Krishna say? Asamsaya mahabaho manodur nigraham chalam abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena cha griyate. Beautiful. Krishna says, you can do it, Arjuna, but what do you have to do? You have to stay in the world and you have to do spiritual practice and you have to learn detachment. The two magic words here are abhyas and vairagya. If you do these two things, then you can learn to control the mind. See, the mind is always moving. It's like this. Okay. Go to work. Boom. Man United are going to get relegated. Boom. Boom. This is how the mind is going. Every day. Roller coaster. So, what does Krishna say? Abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena chagriyate. You need to practice and you need to learn detachment. So, what Krishna is saying is that when your mind is peaking, relax. Vairagya. And when your mind is steady, then absorb your mind in abhyas. And then the mind will peak again. Don't worry, vairagya, just tolerate it. Every time the mind comes up with something, you don't have to act on it. You don't have to take it so seriously. Krishna is saying after some time it will go. And then remold your mind through abhyas. And if you keep doing this, then eventually the mind becomes steady. Krishna says, you become a sage of the steady mind. Say Hari Bol if you'd like to become a sage of the steady mind. We all want to. This knowledge Krishna is giving for free in the Bhagavad Gita. Yet the whole world is traveling around trying to understand the mind. Imagine a boy is playing a computer game. FIFA. The boy is so into it that when someone scores against him, oh no, he thinks it's the whole world. The parents are watching and they're just laughing because they're watching it from a detached perspective. But then there's a saintly person who's watching the whole thing from an even further perspective. This person is seeing the world through emotionality. These people are seeing the world through emotionality and rationality. But this person is seeing the world emotionally, but more than that, rationally, but more than that, spiritually. Therefore, the saintly person, their mind never wavers because they've ejected themselves from this world and they've ejected themselves from this world. And what they learn to do is, instead of identifying with the mind, they learn to identify the mind. And therefore, so many things can be happening around them, so many things can be happening in their life. Stita pragya pratistita, Krishna says, but they remain steady because they're seeing everything from a detached perspective. So remember, Krishna is telling us to rethink life. People will tell you the mind is the root of consciousness. That's wrong. The mind is the root of consciousness. It's coming through the mind, but you are separate from the mind. The world will tell you create a life that looks good on the outside. Krishna will tell you create a life that feels good on the inside. Otherwise, smiling faces, crying hearts. The whole world will identify with the mind. Krishna is saying, forget it. Identify the mind. And someone will think, I have to stop my mind from straying away. Not possible. You have to stop your mind from staying away. Your mind will stray. Yato nischalati manaschan chalamastiram tatastato niyam yetad atmanyeva vasam. Krishna says the mind will wander. Doesn't matter. Keep bringing the mind back. And in this way, Krishna tells Arjuna, you can live in the world and you can learn to control your mind. And if you learn to control your mind, you will be in the top 0.001% of the world. Because most people have not learned this art. And so, can you see how genius the Bhagavad Gita is? Is teaching you the most important things in life. Redefine success. Re-understand who you really are. Reposition your lifestyle and remold your mind. And people tell us, I read the Bhagavad Gita when I'm 70. How can you live life without this knowledge? This is what most people are doing, and therefore most people are going nowhere fast. Therefore, Krishna says to Arjuna, learn the art of how to remold your own mind. Hare Krishna.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Maya Saktamana Partha Yogya Yonjinta Samshaya Asamshayam Samagram Mam Yatha Jnana Sitachunu ज्ञानम् एकं विद्धि ज्ञानम् इदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यत् ज्ञात्वा व्यमवशिष्यते मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चित् अतति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेति तत्त्वतः भूमिरापो नलो वायु कं मनो बुद्धिरेव च अहङ्कारमिति यं मे भिन्ना प्रकृतिरष्टधा अपरेयमितस्पन्यां प्रकृतिं विद्धि मां परां जीवभूतमहाबाहो ययेदं धार्यते जगत् एतद्योतीनि भूतानि सर्वानीत्युपधारय अहं कृष्णस्य जगता प्रभवा प्रलयस्तथा मता परन्तरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव रसोऽहम् असु कौन्तेय प्रभास्मिन् शशिसूर्ययो प्राणवा सर्ववेदेषु शब्दाके पौरुषं नृषु पुण्यो गन्धा पृथिव्यां च तेजश्चास्मि विभावसौ जीवनं सर्वभूतेषु तपश्चास्मि तपस्विषु बीजं मां सर्वभूतानां विद्धि पार्थ सनातनं बुद्धिर्बुद्धिर्मतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्वनामहं बलं बलवतां चाहं कामरागाविवर्जितं धर्मविवृद्धो भूतेषु कामोऽस्मि भरतर्षभ यचैव सात्विका भावा राजसास्तामसाश्रये मत्त एव तितान् विद्धि न त्वहं तेषु ते मयि त्रिभिर्गुरुमयि भावै ऐरेभिः सर्वम् इदं जगत् मोहितं न विजानन्ति मामेभ्यः परमव्ययं देवी एषा गुणमयी मम माया दुरत्यया मामेव ये प्रपद्यन्ते मायामेतां तरन्ति ते न मां दुष्कृतिनो मुदा प्रपद्यन्ते नराधमा मायया परुतज्ञाना आसुरं भावमाश्रिता चतुर्विधा भजन्ते मां जना सुकृतिनोऽर्जुन आर्थो जिज्ञासुनर्थार्थी ज्ञानी च भरतर्षभ तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्त एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोऽर्थ्यर्थम् अहं स च मम प्रिया उदारा सर्व एवेते ज्ञानी त्वात्मैव मे मतम् आस्थितः संयुक्तात्मा मामेवामृतमां गतिं बहुनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवा सर्वमिति सह महात्मा सुदुर्लभा कामस्ते वृतज्ञानां प्रपद्यन्ते न देवता तं तं नियमं स्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वयं यो यां यां तनुन्भक्ता श्रद्धयार्चितुमिच्छति तस्य चलां श्रद्धां तामेव विद्याम्यहं सतया श्रद्धया युक्तस्तस्याराधनमीहते लभन्ते च तथा कामान् मय्येव विहिता नहितान् अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भवत्यल्पमेधसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यते मामबुद्धया परं भावमजानन्तो ममावयम् अनुत्तमं नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृता मूढोऽयं न विजानन्ति लोको मामजमव्ययं वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्यामि च भूतानि मां तु वेदेन कश्चन इच्छाद्वेषसमूर्धेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यन्ति परन्तप येषां त्वन्तगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दुरव्रता जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदुर्कृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्मश्चाखिलं साधिभूतादिदैवं मां साधियज्ञं च ये विदु प्रयाणकालेऽपि च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसा इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विज्ञानयोगो नाम सप्तमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Chapter 8. Arjuna uvaच किं तत् ब्रह्म किमध्यात्मा किं कर्म पुरुषोत्तम आदिभूतं च किं प्रोक्तम् आदिदैवं किमुच्यते अद्यन्या कथं क्रोत्र देहेऽस्मिन् मधुसूदन प्रयाणकाले च कथं ज्ञेयोऽसि नियतात्मभिः। श्रीभगवानुवाच अक्षरं ब्रह्म परमं स्वभावोऽध्यात्म उच्यते भूतभाव भवत्कारो विसर्गा कर्म संजिता आदिभूतक्षरो भावा पुरुषाश्चास्ति दैवतम् आदियज्ञोऽहमेवात्र देहे देहं वृताम्बर अन्तकाले च मामेव स्मरन् मुक्त्या कलेवरं यप्रयाति समद्भावं याति नात्र संशया यं यं वापि स्मरन् भावं त्यत्यन्ते कलेवरं तं तमेवति कौन्तेय सदा तद्भावभाविता तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मामनुस्मरयुध्य च मय्यर्पितोर्मनोर्बुद्धिर्मामे वैश्यसि संशया अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचिन्तयन् कविपुराणामनुशासितारम् अनोरणीयासनुस्मरेत्य सर्वस्य धातारमचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसा परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसा चलेन भक्त्या युक्तो भलेनैव चैव भ्रुवोर्मध्ये प्राणमामेश संयक् सतं परं पुरुषमपैति दिव्यं यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यद्वितरो वीतरागा यदिच्छन्तो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्येत् सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोवृत्ति निरुद्ध च मृद्याध्यात्मनं प्राणम् आसितो योगधारिणाम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् मामनुस्मरम् यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स यति परमां गतिम् अनन्यचेतसा सतं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभा पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिना मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयः शाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमां गता आब्रह्म भुवनालोका पुनरावर्तिजोजन मामुपैत्य नुन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यत् ब्रह्मणो विदु रात्रियुगः सहस्रान्ता ते होरात्रविदो जना अव्यक्ता व्यक्तया सर्वा प्रभवत्यहरागमे रात्रागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव्याव्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्रामास एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्रागमे वशा पार्थ प्रभवत्यहरागमे परस्तस्मास्तु भावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्ता सनातना यः स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यत्सु न विनश्यति अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तस्तमाहु परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषा सपरा पार्थ भक्त्या लभस्त्वनन्यया यस्यान्तान्यानि भूतानि येन सर्वम् इदं ततं यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिम् आवृत्तिं चैव योगिना प्रयायान्ति घं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्ला षण्मासा उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म विदो जना धूम्यो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णा सन्मासा दक्षिणायनं यत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतीयेते जगता शाश्वते मते एकया यात्वनावृत्तिम् अन्वया वर्तते पुनः नैते स्तुति पार्थजानं योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्य चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येतिकं सर्वम् इदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीता उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे तरकब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Dear devotees, can we please thank Bharti, Avni and Ishita for taking us through the recitation of all these chapters. We have a guest appearance today. Can we please invite Vedant Jetani? If you remember, some of you may remember when he was 4, he's not 4 anymore, but when he was 4, he chanted the whole 12th chapter of the Gita. So his mother has been tutoring him, and today, chapter number 9, he will be leading. So please give him your blessings with a round of applause. And can we have a very generous round of applause and thank you to Bharti for leading us through the first 8 chapters. Hare Krishna.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Chapter 9, Rajavidya Rajaguhya Yoga. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam tu te guhyatamam pravakshamya nasuyave gnanam vignana sahitam yagnatva mokshashe shubhat Rajavidya Rajaguhyam pavitram idamuttamam pratyakshaavagamam dharmam susukham kartumavyayam Ashraddhana Purusha Dharmasyasya Parantapa Ye Prapyamam Nivartante Mrityu Sansara Vartmani Maya Tatam Idam Sarvam Jagad Vyaktamurtina Matsthani Sarva Bhutani Nachaham Teshavasthita Nacha Matsthani Bhutani Pashyame Yogameshwaram Bhuta Brahna Cha Bhutastho Mamatma Bhuta Bhavana Yatha Kasha Sito Nityam Vayu Sarvatra Gomahan Tatha Sarvani Bhutani Matsthani Tyupadharaya Sarva Bhutani Konteya Prakrutin Yanti Mamikam Kalpakshaye Punastani Kalpado Vishujamyaham Prakrutim Swama Vrishtabhya Vishujami Puna Puna Tagramamimam Krishnam Avasham Prakrutirvashat Nacha Mamtani Karmani Nibadnanti Dhananjaya Udasina Vadasina Asaktam Teshu Karmasu Maya Jakshena Prakriti Suyate Sacharacharam Hetunanena Konteya Jagadvivarivartate Ananyanjanti Mamudha Manushim Tanumarshita Param Bhava Majananto Mama Bhuta Maheshwaram Moghasha Mogha Karmano Mogha Gnana Vichetasa Rakshashim Masurim Cheva Prakrutim Mohineshita Mahatmanastu Mam Partha Devim Prakrutim Ashita भजन्त्यन्तन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्ताश्च दृढव्रता नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतो मुहम् अहं कृतारहं यज्ञ स्वगाहमहमोघशम् मन्त्रोऽहमहमेवाज अहम् अग्निरहं हुतं पितामहस्य जगतो माता धाता पितामह वैद्यं पवित्रमोङ्कार ऋक्सामयजुरेव च गतिर्भर्ता प्रभु साक्षी निवास शरणं सुहत् प्रभव प्रलयस्थानं निध्यानं बीजमव्ययं तपाहमहं वर्षं निगृणामृत्सुजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सदसच्चाहमर्जुन त्रैवेद्यमां सोमपपूतपापा यज्ञे दृष्ट्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासाद्य सुरेन्द्रलोका दिव्य देवभोगान् ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मृत्युलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रैधर्ममनुप्रपन्ना गतां कामकामा लभन्ते अनन्यान् चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तात्मा योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽप्यन्यदेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विता तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय विधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मामभिजानन्तु तत्त्वेनातश्च वन्ति ते देवव्रता देवान् पितृयान्ति पितृव्रता भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज यान्ति माध्याजिनोऽपि मां पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्ता प्रणश्यति तदहं भक्त्युपहयतम् अश्रामि प्रयतात्मना यत्करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोषि तदासि यत्तपस्यसि कौन्तेय तत्कुरुष्व मदार्पणम् शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्षसे कर्मबन्धने सन्न्यासयोगयुक्तेव विमुक्तो मामुपेष्यसि समोहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेष्टोऽस्ति न प्रिया ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि ते तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत् सुदुराचारो भजते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्य सम्यगव्यवसितो हि सा क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा स्वच्छान्तिरिगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्ता प्रणश्यति मां हि पार्थ व्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि स्युपापयोनय स्त्रियो वैश्यस्तथा शूद्रास् तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिं किं पुनर्ब्रह्मणा पुण्या भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यं सुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व मां मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मध्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि युक्तेव आत्मानं मत्परायण सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे राजविद्या राजगुह्ययोग नमोऽध्याय
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Another round of applause for Vedant. Wonderful. I was fortunate. Mataji, how old is Vedant now? 12? Is 10. Okay, that was 6 years ago. He was reciting. I was fortunate to be there. I was thinking, this guy's going to put me out of a job, you know. But we're happy. We're happy that we have these young individuals. They are actually the jewels of our community. You'll see more of them coming up in the upcoming chapters. These Children are amazing. They are smart in their academic studies, but they also have this deep spiritual attraction. I was staying with the family recently, and every single morning, they all recite the Bhagavad Gita together as a family. It's so beautiful to see. All the children, all the family, they all come together. So it's a wonderful example, and we're so happy that we have these young individuals in our community. So I think another round of applause for all our children. They're so amazing. Okay, everyone, we are moving into the middle 6 chapters of the Gita, which are very, very beautiful because they're all about love. Put your hand up if you're looking for love. Now everyone gets shy, huh? Come on, show us. Are you looking for love? Have you found love? Are you falling in love? It's funny, when we talk about love, we always think about romantic love. But actually, love is something far more universal, is far deeper. And Krishna explains that actually the highest aspiration of each one of us is to love. We want to have relationships. Yes, the first 6 chapters are all about karma yoga, acting, being successful in a spiritual way. But more than that, we want love. So, in the last chapter, Krishna talked about stabilizing the mind. That is a hard task. But you know what? Even more than stabilizing the mind, what we really desire in our life is to stimulate the mind. But stimulate the mind through love, through genuine relationship, to be enchanted, to be captured, to be fully invested in selfless love with another living being. And therefore, these middle 6 chapters are all about love. In Sanskrit, we say bhakti. Bhakti means devotion. And in this context, we say love. And it's very interesting because here you see the middle of the middle 6 chapters is chapter number 9. And this chapter number 9 is known as Raja Vidya, the king of all knowledge. Because the king of all knowledge is that knowledge which helps you to understand how to find love. In this world we're living in today, people can't love each other. People don't have good relationships. People feel frustrated in love. Woody Allen, he once said, me and my wife, we drive in different cars, we live in different homes, we do things with different friends, we have completely different schedules, we're doing everything we can to keep our relationship together. Because now as soon as 2 people get together, it's so difficult, so many arguments, so many fights. The Bhagavad Gita is like a jewel box. The great teacher Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, the first 6 chapters teach you how to live in the world. That's called karma yoga, the yoga of success. The next 6 chapters teach you how to find love. That's called bhakti, bhakti yoga, the yoga of devotion. And the final 6 chapters teach you how to let go. And that's called jnana yoga, or the yoga of wisdom or detachment. But the great teacher tells us the jewel is always in the middle. The jewel is what the whole case exists to give, to glorify, to protect. And therefore, love is what we all seek. What Krishna explains in these chapters is that we're all trying to love, but many of us, most of us, the majority of us, are loving the wrong things. We're putting our hearts in the wrong things. There was a story of a king who had 4 wives. Don't ask me my opinions on polygamy. Just put that to side. There was a king who had 4 wives. He said the first wife he loved with all his heart. The second wife was the wife he took to all the engagements. He showed her off to everyone else. She's with me. The third wife is the wife who he helped and she helped him very much. And the fourth wife was the wife that he neglected. Time and tide wait for no man. This king eventually came to his deathbed. He called each one of his 4 wives. He first called his wife that he loved with all his heart. And he said, I'm leaving the world. Will you come with me? And she said, as soon as you leave this world, I'll leave you. He called the second wife, who he showed off to everyone. And he said, I'm leaving the world. Will you come with me? And this wife said, when you leave, I'm going to marry someone else. The third wife was the wife he helped and who helped him. This wife, he said, will you come with me? The wife said, I'd like to, but I'll only come as far as the crematorium. And the fourth wife, who he neglected the whole of his life, he said to that wife, will you come with me? She said, you don't have to ask me. I've already been coming with you for lifetimes. But I never did anything for you. But I never reciprocated with you. But I never loved you. It doesn't matter how you treat me, she said. I'll always be with you. And he realized, that's real love. The first wife represents our body. Love this body so much. We do so much for this body, gratify the body. But when we leave this world, we can't take our body. The second wife represents our possessions, our positions. We show that off to everyone. Just see. But all of that, when you leave this world, it will go to someone else. Where there's a will, there's a relative. Oh, no, sorry. Where there's a will, there's a will. The third wife represents the one he helped and who helped her. She said, I'll only come as far as the crematorium. Dear devotees, that's your family and friends. You exchange so much. But how far? How far can you go? As far as the crematorium. And then we have to say goodbye. But there's one individual who's been coming with us for lifetimes. The one that we neglected. The one who's providing everything. And that is Krishna. Krishna's in your heart. And you don't have to ask him to come with you. Because he already said, Ishvara sarva bhutanam riddese Arjuna tistati. I'm in your heart. I'm with you. In these chapters, Krishna is teaching Arjuna how to love. You see, most people practice religion, but they do it for different reasons. Some people practice religion, bhaya, because they're fearful. If I don't go to the temple, if I don't do this yajna, if I don't do this before I leave the house, then something terrible will happen. Some people practice religion because of asha, desire. I want a house by the sea, a color TV, a 50 billion gigabyte MP3, Jaya Jagadish. Some people practice out of duty. Oh, Krishna has done so much for me. God, thank you for our daily bread. We should serve God. Duty. But real religion means to love God. Save pumsham paro dharmo yato bhakti adhok sajay. Very beautiful. Love. This is real relationship. Did you know that even the relationships of this world can be on all of these levels? There are some people we love just because they're powerful and we're scared of them. There are some people we connect to because they have position. They can get things done for us. There are some people we relate to because they're productive. They help us achieve things in the world and we feel an obligation. But there are some people who we connect to because we have a personal intimacy with them. This is what we need to develop in our relationships of this world. But ultimately what Krishna is saying is that you need to develop this connection with God. Because God is the root of all existence. Krishna is the root of all existence. And if you develop your love for Krishna, you know what? You'll love your family in a much deeper way. Not just that, you'll love your colleagues in a much deeper way. Not just that, you'll even love society. Not just that, you'll even love strangers. Love a stranger? Yes, it's possible. Because you'll see that Krishna is right within them. Not just that, you'll love the animals. Can you love Krishna and then kill animals? Not possible. Because you will see Vidya Vinaya Shampane Brahmane Gavihasti. Krishna is within every single living being. And not just that, you love earth. Can we love Krishna and then trash the earth? No, because earth is divine. Earth is mother. Earth is bhumi. Earth is transcendence. And so, what Krishna explains in these chapters of the Gita is that people are reposing their love in so many things. But what they haven't done is repose their love in the root of all existence. That is Krishna. And so, Krishna is telling us, rethink the way you look at love. How do you develop your love for the divine? Now I'll give you some lessons from the school of love. And these lessons count for how you develop a relationship with divine, and they also count for how you develop deep relationships with other souls. These are universal lessons in bhakti, in how to develop love. The world will tell you love is random. I'm waiting to fall in love. It's not happening. No, love is not random. Love is intentional. There are certain activities, there are certain behaviors, there are certain attitudes which help you to become attached to someone in a relationship of love. The world will tell you love is a feeling. No, not just a feeling. Love is an action. Love is, you don't wait to love someone until you serve them. You serve them. And by doing that, you develop your love for them. Don't marry the one you love. Love the one you marry. That's my free marriage advice for today. Love is about chemistry. The world will say, did you feel when I saw that person? Wow. Just, no. Love is all about commitment. Doesn't matter how two people come together. Arranged marriage, love marriage. Doesn't matter in one sense. What matters is what do they do after they're together. Love requires interaction. You don't spend enough time with me. Yes, it's good to have interaction, but shall I tell you what's more important than interaction? Love requires attention. You can be with someone all day and be on your smartphone. The greatest and purest type of gift you can give someone is your own attention. And love is binary. I don't have love, I do have love. No. Love unfolds like a flower. So you can have different degrees of love according to how pure it's become. These, my dear friends, are lessons in the school of love. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about a loving relationship between two souls or you're talking about a loving relationship that you're trying to create with Krishna, the very same principles stand true. If you want to develop love for Krishna, then remember all of these things. And by doing that, your mind won't just be stabilized, but your mind will become enchanted. And when your mind is enchanted, And when your mind becomes beautiful because of love, then you will see beauty all around you. Because you will see, when you're in love, you see that person everywhere, isn't it? Therefore, if you develop your love for Krishna, you will see Krishna everywhere, and everything will be beautiful. So now, Krishna has taught Arjuna all about karma yoga. But now, Krishna wants to teach Arjuna about bhakti yoga. Because this is the essence of the Gita. And the essence of life is love. And therefore, Krishna teaches Arjuna how to reawaken love.
Ask our very dear Radha Govinda Prabhu, who will be leading us in the next 9 chapters of the Gita, recitation of the next 9 chapters. So, different voice now, a different tone. But you have all seen Radha Govinda Prabhu through the years. I think he's done quite a few Gita Jayantis with us now. He was a monk here. Now he is fully committed to working here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, happily married. Happily married, yes. So thank you very much. Can we have a big Haribol of welcome for Radha Govinda Prabhu? Radha Govinda Prabhu is a very dear disciple of His Grace, Kripa Moya Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Welcome to me. You've been here all morning. I'm new here. But first of all, before I start, I want to seek the blessings of all the Vaishnavas assembled here today, especially His Grace Kripa Moya Prabhu and Mother Guru Charana Padma. Many years ago, like Keshava Maharaj mentioned, that they started reciting the Bhagavad Gita, and I think the very first one was by Kripa Moya Prabhu. So I think when they asked me a few years ago, I said, yes, I should take up this opportunity and follow in the footsteps. So I'm here today. Hare Krishna. Before I start, I also want to tell you a quick story. Is that okay? Just a quick story. So this month, as you know, is a month of book distribution. It's a book marathon. The Bhagavad Gita was spoken. So we travel and we distribute books. And I did that for many years with His Holiness Keshava Maharaj. And last time, if you remember, I told you the story of the fish hook, a book distribution technique that Keshava Maharaj used in the past. For those of you who weren't here, basically it's you're out on the street distributing books. You throw a bait, somebody catches it, you reel them in, they come to you, you give them a book. So I tried the same thing a few years ago, threw the bait, a young lady caught it, reeled her in, and then we got married. Not quite what I was expecting. I was only meant to give her a book. But today I'm going to tell you another story. It's a prequel. Okay, so nowadays everybody comes up with a movie and then there's a prequel. So I'm going to tell you a prequel. So this is also on book distribution. So some years ago, again, I was out on book distribution. Keshava Maharaj was there. He was distributing books as well. If you haven't been distributing books on the street, especially with Keshava Maharaj, you should go. You should see him how he does books. Even if you don't do books, just watch him. It's just so entertaining. It's like nothing like that on TV anywhere, okay? You should just watch Keshava Maharaj do books. So this is the story of the backhand, another book distribution technique. Okay, so I was having a bad day. Okay, difficult to distribute books sometimes on the street. So I was taking a break and I thought, let's go watch Keshava Maharaj, get some inspiration. So Maharaj was there distributing books, and he stopped an old Indian gentleman, and he said, and he pulled out a Bhagavad Gita and said, check this out. It's the Bhagavad Gita. And he said, as they do, I already have it. Or he said something like, I'm having this. Okay, and then he started walking away. And Maharaj said, wait. And then he stopped. And then what happened in the next 2 seconds was almost like a choreographed dance. Okay, it was so precise, and I was just watching with my mouth wide open. And Maharaj just picked up the book, spun it. It was like, Rajnikant putting his glasses on. Just spun the book, walked towards him, did a little bit of a twist, put the hand around the back and said, this is part 2. Okay. And then the guy stopped. He took the book, and I think they had a very good conversation. I think he took the book. So then I was inspired. I'm like, okay, let's try the backhand. Now the fish hook hasn't happened yet. Okay, I'm kind of naive here. I'm not really sure how this is going to work. So I go and I'll go to my spot on the street, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to try this now, this backhand thing. Now, first of all, I want to give you a little warning, okay? So when you know how Bhagavad Gita reads Bhagavad Gita as it is, okay? It means you're meant to read it as it is and follow as it is. So when you learn these things from our great teachers, you're meant to follow it as it is, but I did not, okay? I added a few of my own sort of speculative engagements, and these are the things that I did wrong, okay? So number one, first thing I did wrong. I did not choose my audience correctly. So instead of an old Indian man, I picked an old white English lady, okay, for starters. They're easy target, they walk really slow, and so every book distributor knows if you're having a hard day, you stop an old English lady, okay, so I saw her. The next thing I got wrong is I thought, well, let's add a few embellishments to this backhand technique. So I added a few, what you call an eyebrow dance, okay? I'm not going to show it to you, but you can imagine what it looks like. While I was in books, there was no mirror. If I had seen myself in the mirror, I wouldn't have done it, because later on when I came back to the ashram and checked, it actually looked quite creepy, but I didn't have anywhere to check, so I added that in, okay, to the mix. The third thing that I did wrong was you meant to just like go like that, but I did a full twist, so like my backside was pointing towards her, okay? So I ended up doing a whole twist. And the fourth thing that I did wrong is I tried to do the same spin, so now you got to practice it before. I'm sure Maharaj practices it all day in the ashram, but I did the spin, but the book actually fell out of my hand. So when I did the twist and turn and the backhand, so old white English lady, I stop her, I say, and then I grab the book, spin it, but the book falls out. I turn around fully, so my backside's towards her. There's nothing in my hand, okay? And then I do the eyebrow motion and I go, check this out, okay? So I didn't really get the courtesy of a whole conversation. All I got was 3 words, which were "get a life." That's what she told me. In hindsight, what I probably heard was "get a wife," because then came the fish hook and stuff. So I did get a wife. She's over there. You can wave your hand, Kishori. And what I also did get is also a baby on the way. So if any of you want to cook something for her, you can go speak to her. Okay, on that note, next year I'll come back with another story, but till then, let's get serious and do some chanting. Are you ready? Chapter 10. So we'll do 10 and 11 together. I think someone else is doing chapter 12. So chapter 10, Opulence of the Absolute. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shrinu me paramam vacha Yatte ham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya Na me vidu suragana Prabhavanna maharshayah Aham adirhi devanam Maharshinam cha sarvashah Yo mamajam manadim cha Veti loka maheshwaram Asamuddha samartyeshu Sarva pape pramuchyate Buddhir jnanam sammoha Kshama satyam dama shama Sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo Bhayam cha bhayameva cha Ahimsa samata tushtis Tapodanam yasho yasha Bhavanti bhava bhutanam Matta eva prithagvida Maharshaya sapta purve Chatvaro manavastatha Madbhava manasa jata Yesham loka ima praja Etam vibhutim yogam cha Mama yo veti tattvataha So vikalpena yogena युज्यते नात्र संशयः अहं सर्वस्य प्रभवो मत्तः सर्वं प्रवर्तते इति मत्वा भजन्ते मां बुधा भावसमन्वितः मच्चित्तमद्गता प्राणा बोधयन्तः परस्परं कथयन्तश्च मां नित्यं तुष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धियोगं तं येन मामुपयान्ति ते तेषामेवानुकम्पार्थम् अहम् अज्ञानजं तमः नाशयं यात्मभावस्तो ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वता अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्म परं धाम पवित्रं परमं भवान् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवम् अजं विभुम् आहुस्त्वां ऋषयः सर्वे देवर्षिर्नारदस्तथा असीतो देवलो व्यास स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे सर्वम् एतद्धृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवन् व्यक्तिं विदुर्देवानदानवा स्वयम् एवात्मनात्मानं वेत्था त्वं पुरुषोत्तम भूतभावना भूतेषु देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्हस्य शेषेण दिव्य ह्यात्मा विभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिभिर्लोकान् इमां त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कथं विद्यामहं योगिंस्त्वां सदा परिचिन्तयन् केषु केषु च भावेषु चिन्त्योऽसि भगवन्मया विस्तरेणात्मनो योगं विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूय कथय तृप्तिर्हि शृण्वतो नास्ति मे मृतं श्रीभगवानुवाच हन्ता ते कथयिष्यामि दिव्यह्यात्मा विभूतयः प्राधान्यतः कुरु श्रेष्ठ नास्त्यन्तो विस्तरस्य मे अहम् आत्मा गुडाकेश सर्वभूताशयस्थितः अहम् आदिश्च मध्यं च भूतानामन्त एव च आदित्यानामहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषं रविरंशुमान् मरीचिर्मारुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां समवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासव इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषो यक्षराक्षसं वासुनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहं पुरोधासं च मुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानिनामहं स्कन्द सर्वसामस्मि सागर महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिरामस्म्येकमक्षरं यज्ञानां जपयाज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थ सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारद गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथ सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रव समश्वानां विद्धि माममृतोद्भवान् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपान् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्प सर्पानामस्मि वासुकी अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पित्राणामर्यमा चास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालकलयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवतामस्मि रामशस्त्रभृतमहं चासानां मकरश्चास्मि श्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गाणामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन अध्यात्मा विद्यानां वादप्रवदतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वसामासिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षयकालो धाताहं विश्वतोमुखा मृत्युः सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यतां कीर्तिश्रीवाक्चनारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा त्रितिक्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतं छलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहं वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जय मुनीनामप्यहं व्यास कवीनाम् उशना कवि दण्डो दमायतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत्स्यान् मया भूतां चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एषतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छात्वं मम तेजोंससम्भवम् अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टभ्यहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे विभूतयोगो नाम 10मोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम Chapter 11, the universal form. Arjuna uvacha mad anugrahaya paramam guhyam adhyatma samyitam yatvayoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama bhavapyayo bhutanam shruto vistaraso maya tvatta kamala patraksha mahatmyam apichavyayam एवमेतद्यथात्तत्वम् आत्मानं परमेश्वर द्रष्टुमिच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम मन्यसे यदि तच्चख्यं मया दृष्टम् इति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मानमव्ययम् श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोऽथसहस्रशः नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतानि च पश्यादित्यान् वसून् रुद्रान् अश्विनो मरुतस्तथा बहून्यद्रष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकस्तं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्यद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुमच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षु पश्य मे योगमेश्वरम् सञ्जय उवाच एवं मुक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरिः दर्शयन् आस पार्थाय परमं रूपमेश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणं दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधं दिव्यमाल्यम्बराधारं दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखं दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपद् उत्थिता यदि भासदृशी सा स्यात् भासस्तस्य महात्मना तत्रैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकदा अपश्यद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो रोष्टरोमधनञ्जय परं या शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलि अभाषता अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्माण्डमीशं कमलसनस्थं ऋषिंश्च सर्वान् उरुगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोरसिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दूरनिरीक्षं समन्तात् दीप्तानलार्काद्युतिम् अप्रमेयं त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं तम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वम् अव्यय शाश्वतधर्मगुप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुतासवक्त्रं स्वतेजस विश्वमिदं तपन्तं द्वावा पृथिव्योरिदम् अन्तरं हि व्यप्तं त्वयैकेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन् आमीहि त्वां सूरसङ्घा विशन्ति केचिद्भितप्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तित्युक्त्वा महर्षिसिद्धसङ्घा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुक्षलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्या विश्वेस्विनो मरुतश्चोषपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मताश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुरूपादं बहुदरं बहुदंस्त्रकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितस्तथाहं नाभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यात्ताननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि शमं च विष्णो दंस्त्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धातराष्ट्रस्य पुत्र सर्वे सहैव वाणिपालसङ्गै भीष्मो द्रोणसूतपुत्रस्तथासो सहस्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विशन्ति करालानि भयनाकराणि केचिद् विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सदृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गे यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुक्ता घ्रुवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगा लेलीह्यसे ग्रासमानसमन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनेर्ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरपूर्य जगत्समग्रं भासस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिं श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुमिह प्रवृत्ता ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे येव स्थिता प्रात्यनिकेषु योधा तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रुन् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवैते निहिता पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठ युध्यस्व जेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमान किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं स गद्गदं भीतभीतः प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव परिकृत्य जगत्प्ररश्यत्यनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गा कस्माच्च तेन नमिरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्रह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सद् असत्तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेव पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेत्तासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमस्तन्तरूपं वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वा पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादथ पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्वे अनन्तवीर्यामितवक्रमास्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वा सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानातमाहि मानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहसार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एकोऽथवाप्यच्युता तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वम् अहम् अप्रमेयं पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वम् अस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिककुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमा प्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वामहम् ईशमीड्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यु प्रियप्रियायार्हसि देव शोधुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं ऋषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनां गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन दृष्टपूर्वं न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनेर्न दानेर् न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रे एवं रूपः शक्यहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीरा मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिद्रन्नमेदं व्यपेतभिप्रीतमना पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य संजय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयम् आस भूय आश्वासयम् आश च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वापुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मनुष्यं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्ता सचेता प्रकृतिं गता श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दशमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्य अहम् एवं विदो अर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन् मत्परमो मद्भक्तसङ्गवर्जिता निर्वैर सर्वभूतेषु यस मामेति पाण्डव ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Radha Govinda Prabhu. Next, ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Hare Krishna. Next, we have a group of very, very special children who are from our community, from our Sunday school here. Every Sunday we have Krishna Club. We've been having Krishna Club for many, many years, but every year it gets stronger. We want to thank Yogi Prabhu, who's been spearheading the Sunday school here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, and Yashoda Mataji, who has taken on the baton. But we will hear from all these children chapter number 12. Chapter number 12 is entitled Bhakti Yoga. We will be speaking about love and reawakening love. And what is more lovely than children speaking from the Bhagavad Gita, reciting the words, the language of Krishna. Can we please encourage, enthuse, and bless them with a big, loud round of applause? Hare Krishna. So chapter number 12. Yeah, start.
सततयुक्ताये भक्ता स्वं पर्युपासते ये चाप्यक्षरमव्यक्तं तेषां के योगवित्तमा श्रीभगवानुवाच मय्यावेश्य मनो ये मां नित्ययुक्त उपासते श्रद्धया परयो मेतास्ते मे युक्ततमा मता ये त्वक्षारमणिते रक्षा उदासीनो गतव्यतः सर्वारम्भा परित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्यति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभा परित्यागी भक्तिमान् स मे प्रियः समसर्वभूतमित्रे च तथा मानपमानयो शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समसङ्गविवर्जितः तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतः स्थिरमतिर्भक्तिमान् मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतमिदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धादधानमत्परमा भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रिया ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम द्वादशोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे।
Wonderful. So good. Yes, please continue giving a round of applause. Take your blessings. Thank you so much. That was wonderful, perfect, enlivening, inspiring. We have now 200 children. 320. The family is growing. And under the incredible dedication of Yashoda Mataji, of course Yogi Prabhu is there, and so many devotees over the years who have developed Krishna Club is really thriving. So yes, if you have children, then you'll need to wait until September, because we're fully oversubscribed at the moment. But if you do have an opportunity in September, then please do bring your kids to Krishna Club. Are you ready to continue on? Yes. All right, so Krishna is systematically bringing Arjuna to rethink life, to realign his vision. And Krishna has just talked to Arjuna about love. And now he wants to spend 3 more chapters talking about love. But love is hard if you don't see someone, isn't it? It's sometimes hard. People say, love God, but I can't see God. Put your hands up if you feel as though you have seen God directly, just as you are seeing me today. Everyone is very humble. Or is it just that we've not encountered? Sometimes we feel, how do we love Krishna? Krishna seems so far away. Can we really encounter divinity? Can we really see God? Therefore, in these chapters of Bhakti, Krishna explains, yes, you can love me, and if you feel like you want to see me, encounter me, interact with me, you can. You can indirectly encounter divinity. Actually, Krishna says to Arjuna, you can also directly encounter me. And the most exciting, Krishna says you can intimately encounter me as well. In the 10th chapter, Krishna explains to Arjuna how you can indirectly encounter divinity every single day, because Krishna says whatever amazing things you see in this world comes from but a spark of my splendor. One time Srila Prabhupada was in an airport sitting next to a brahmachari. An air hostess walked past and Srila Prabhupada looked at the brahmachari and said, beautiful, isn't she? So he was baffled. How do you reply to that? Maybe Prabhupada is testing you. So he was quiet. Srila Prabhupada started laughing and he said, she is beautiful. But if she's that beautiful, imagine how beautiful Krishna is who created her. Because a devotee can see Krishna indirectly in every essential thing of the world. But the interesting thing is, Krishna says to Arjuna, I won't just indirectly show you how you can encounter me. I'll give you a direct opportunity to encounter me. And therefore, Krishna says, for 10 chapters, I've been giving you the audio version. Now let me give you the visual version. And in the 11th chapter, Krishna shows how he is controlling everything as the Vishvarup. But even more exciting than that is in the 12th chapter, Krishna explains to Arjuna how you can see him intimately, face to face as the best friend if you endear yourself to Krishna. So therefore, some people say, I can't see God. Where the world is abound with atheists who say, I can't see God. But consider this, 2 babies in the womb. One baby says to the other baby, do you think there's life after delivery? The other baby looks at that baby and says, of course there's life after delivery. It's obvious. This baby says, you're living in a dream world. This is where we live, and this is everything. The other baby looks at this baby and says, no, where we're living now is just the preparation. There's another place where there's full of light. This baby says, you're crazy. Full of light? Who told you all these lies? This baby looks at this baby and says, no, there's another place where there's more light, there's more people, there's more opportunities, there's another place where there's more fun. This baby looks back at this baby and says, don't you know, we are fed by an umbilical cord. Once this cord is cut, game over. How will we eat? No, this baby said, there's another body that we get. We get another body where we don't need an umbilical cord, where we can go freely. This baby looks back at this one and says, but why has nobody ever come back to show us? This baby says, no, once you come out, you don't go back. Yadgatva nani vartante. This baby says, you're living in a crazy world. You think there's people outside? You think there's someone who's nourishing us? This baby says, we have a mother. And the mother is all around us. In fact, we're in our mother. She's nourishing us. We can't see her right now. But one day we will see her. And you know what? We'll be able to smile and laugh and joke and interact and have a relationship with her. Dear friends, who is right? That is the question. The world is abound with atheists. There's probably no God. So now stop worrying and enjoy your life. The irony is, if you really want to enjoy life, then you have to connect with the person who's the supreme enjoyer. Here you have our friend Richard Dawkins. Don't have a personal vendetta against him. But if I met Richard Dawkins, what I would ask him is that if your theory is that everything is matter, we're chemicals, we come from nothing, life is meaningless, after death we go back into matter, if everything's matter, then nothing matters. Relax. Have a good time. Why are you on such a campaign to tell people that God doesn't exist? You see, there are different types of atheists in the world. Default atheists are people who haven't ever really even thought about it deeply. They just kind of go on in life and think, yeah, somehow or other we're here, whatever it is, there's a God, there's a God. Some people are philosophical atheists. They're the minority. They're the people who have actually deeply thought about it. No, I believe in the Big Bang. I believe in evolution. I believe in life from chemicals. And then there's a good number of emotional atheists. They are the ones who disbelieve in God because something went wrong. Something went wrong in their interaction with religion, or something went wrong in their life. If there's a God, how could he do this to me? None of these are good reasons to disbelieve in God. Because Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, you can re-encounter divinity yourself if you want to. But what does George Harrison say? I really want to. Do you really want to see God? That's the question. If you really want to see, then you can see God. Because not only is God logically, philosophically, rationally, completely obvious, but it's actually scientifically provable. In science, there's a hypothesis. And the hypothesis of the Gita is that we're a soul, there is a God, and through yoga, we can experience a relationship of love. And then there's an experiment, and the experiment is that if you engage in practices, plus you follow the lifestyle, plus you have proper attitude, then you can actually begin to interact with God. This is science because it's systematic, it's replicable, it's measurable, and it's practical. You could do it. You could wake up tomorrow and start doing it. And Krishna says, there's actually an observation. Your life will change. Your character will change. Your desires will change. Your happiness will change. And everyone looking at you will say, you have changed. Bhagavad Gita is not a religion. Bhagavad Gita is a scientific process by which you can come face to face and re-encounter divinity. But you have to really want to see God. And so, in these chapters, it's fascinating. So much I want to share with you, but we have limited time. Krishna, if you look closely, he basically gives every single argument of why God exists. And these arguments have been picked up by philosophers over ages. Here Krishna says, Aham sarvasya prabhavo, I'm the source of everything. This, in philosophy, is known as the cosmological argument for God. What is that? Where did you come from? Your parents. Where did they come from? Their parents. And where did they come from? Their parents. So the cosmological argument for God says that ultimately life always comes from life. And therefore there must be a source, a life source, which is the source of everything. And when we get to a life source, which is the source of everything, that has no other source, then you have to understand that life source is of a completely different nature, and whatever one you want to call it, you can call it, but basically that is God. Krishna already said it thousands of years ago. Here in the 10th chapter, Krishna says, everything beautiful in the world, all the design, all the nature, all the cosmos is from a spark of my splendor. In modern philosophy, they call this the teleological argument for God, or is called the design argument. Wherever you see design, wherever you see beauty, wherever you see order, clearly there must be some intelligence behind it. Prabhupada once picked up a flower and he said, if you simply study this flower, you will become conscious of God. Krishna says, I'm the controller. In the 11th chapter, he shows Arjuna how he's controlling everything. In philosophy, they call this the control argument. Because if you ask an atheistic person, why do things happen in the world? Then what is their answer? It's chance. But chance is not an explanation. Chance is just a word. It's not an explanation. That means you have to say you don't know. And therefore, Krishna says, there's no chance. Everything is going on. Not a blade of grass moves without the will of God. And finally, the experiential argument for God tells us that if one actually engages in higher dimensional science, they can actually perceive God in their life. You can talk to God, you can interact with God, you can exchange feelings with God. God is a person. He's alive, he's attentive, he's accessible, and the most important thing is that he's affectionate. And Krishna says, Yo mad bhakta same priyaha. If you actually become dear to me by developing purity of consciousness and character, then I'm immediately attracted. Krishna is the all-attractive one. But did you know, Krishna is also all-attracted? Because as soon as a devotee becomes pure, then Krishna becomes conquered. And therefore, people say, how can I love someone that I don't know? I can't see. But Krishna says, I'm here, I'm everywhere. You just have to want to see me. The intelligent study all about matter. No. The intelligent study what matters. Can you show me God? Sometimes people ask. Third class question. Can you show me how I can see God? Show me the process. That's a more intelligent question. Some people say, ask God for what you want. Therefore, God doesn't become so active in their life because they only go to God with a shopping list. Instead, ask God what He wants. Will you want to interact with someone who only comes to you when they want something? Or will you want to interact with someone who's trying to serve you and trying to help you and trying to bring out the best in you? Choice is yours. Krishna is a person. And some people say Bhagavad Gita is a religion. It's not a religion. Bhagavad Gita is a spiritual science. And therefore, when I came to the temple, I said to one devotee, I don't know if I believe in Krishna. He said, we're not trying to convince you Krishna exists. I said, someone call the police. This guy's in the wrong place. He said, no, we're not trying to make you believe Krishna exists. We are equipping you with the tools, practices, and processes by which you can perceive the presence of Krishna at every moment in your life. That is the Bhagavad Gita. And therefore, in these chapters, remember, the middle chapters, where Krishna, in these chapters where Krishna is talking about bhakti, he tells Arjuna, reawaken love. And if someone says, I can't love God because I can't see Him, no, Krishna says, you can see me everywhere. You can see me indirectly, you can see me directly, but most importantly, you can see me intimately. But you have to really want to see God. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Can we hear a round of applause once again for Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj? Hare Krishna. Just a couple of announcements before we break. There is a HSBC UK visa, a Miss P. Patel. If you've lost your card, You can come and collect it from me. There's also a golden bangle that one of the ladies has lost, a thin golden bangle. If you do see it, you can please hand it over to me and I can pass it on. Now it's 35 past 1. 10 minutes to please refresh yourselves, stretch out, go to the bathroom and get some chai. I forgot to announce it, but please remember there's no hot drinks allowed into this arena. Seva Hall A, if you need to finish your drinks, finish them there and come back. But just like we did at 1:45, we will start the next set of recitations. Thank you so much for being an amazing Yajman. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Well, if you please start taking your seats. We have only 6 more to go. Almost there. I've just been to the kitchen. The paneer is cooking, so look something to look forward to. Please get ready. Take your seats, and we'll continue the recitation. Thank you.
Yeah, so we do 13, 14 together. Then some kids are going to do 15. Then we do 16, 17 together. Then Maharaj talks, and then 18 last one.
Forward, as devotees come in, we'll have a little bit more space. Also, just a quick word, we have 5 chapters that we'll be chanting in one go now. So from chapter 13 to chapter 17, and then we will have the next summary. So just be conscious. They're very short chapters, so it shouldn't take too long. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So this Gita Jayanti is the concluding program of 2024. It is also the completion of our winter book marathon, Srila Prabhupada's book marathon. As you can see, all these books, if you've noticed, they're not merely decoration. These are all the books that have been sponsored to be given out. We want all of you, you are all the ones who have sponsored the books. As a service, many of you every year sponsor books, and you're very happy for us to distribute them through our channels and, prisons and hospitals and schools and libraries. But as a service, we want all of you to also at least take 5 books, and as whether a New Year gift or a commitment to read, you please give these books out to friends, family. Find that colleague of yours who has a spark of interest in spirituality, a good opportunity to give them a book, your relative, your children, your elders. So all of these books, by the end of the recitation, after the program, we want you to take and please give out as much as you can. The rest we will do, but please take this opportunity as a sankalp from here to give out some books with your own hands. Thank you, Radha Govinda Prabhu. We'll crack on. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, are you all ready? Okay, so we'll do 13 and 14. I think somebody else is doing 15, and then we'll do 16 and 17. Maharaj will speak, and then we do the final chapter. So you good to go? Arjuna uvacha prakritim purusham chaiva kshetram kshetragyameva cha etad veditumicchami jnanam gyayam cha Keshava. Shri Bhagavan uvacha idam shariram kaunteya kshetram ityabhidhiyate etad yo veti yam prahu kshetragya iti tadvida. Kshetragyam chapi mam vidhi sarva kshetresu bharata kshetra kshetragyayor jnanam yatta jnanam matam mama tat kshetram yaccha yadrikcha tadvikari yatascha yat sacha yo yat prabhavascha tat samasena me shrinu rishibhir bahuda gitam chandobhir vividhai prithak brahma sutra padeshaiva hetumadbhir vinishchitai mahabhutanya hankaro buddhiravyaktameva cha indriyani dashekam cha panchachendriya gochara ichha dvesha sukham dukkham sanghatascetanadriti etat kshetram samasena savikaram udaritam amanitvam adambhitvam ahimsa kshantirajvam acharyopasamam shaucham स्थैर्यम आत्मविनिग्रहः इंद्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम अनहंकार एव च जन्म मृत्यु जरा व्याधि दुःख दोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिरनभिष्वङ्ग पुत्रदार गृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिचारिणी विविक्तदेश सेवित्वम् अरतिर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वं तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानमिति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यद् अतोऽन्यथा ज्ञेयं यत्तत्परा वक्ष्यामि यज्ञत्वामृतमश्नुते अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत्तानिश्चदुच्यते सर्वतः पाणिपादं तत् सर्वतोक्षिरोस्य मुखं सर्वतः श्रुतिमाल्लोके सर्वमावृत्य तिष्ठति सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभृच्छैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च बहिरन्तश्च भूतानाम् अचरं चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् तद्विज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तत् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तुम् इव संस्थितं भूतभ्रात्र च तज्ज्ञेयं ग्रस्नीषु प्रभविष्णु च ज्योतिषामपि तज्ज्योतिस्तमसः परमुच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः मद्भक्ते तत् विज्ञान मद्भावयोपपद्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्यनादि उभावपि विकारांश्च गुणांश्चैव विद्धि प्रकृतिसम्भवान् कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतु प्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुष सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते पुरुष प्रकृतिस्थो हि भुङ्क्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणं गुणसङ्गोऽस्य सद् असद्योनिजन्मसु उपद्रष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वर परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परा य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचित् आत्मानमात्मना अन्ये साख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्यत्वेवमजानन्तः श्रुत्वनेभ्य उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणः यावत् सञ्जयते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभा समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्स्व विनश्यन्तं य पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समावस्थितमीश्वरं न हि नश्यत्यात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिं प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः य पश्यति तथात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूत पृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तत एव स विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तदा अनादित्वान् निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायमव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्याद् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्रावस्थितो देहे तथात्मानोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्यक कृत्स्नं लोकम् इमं रवि क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे प्रकृतिपुरुषविवेकयोगो नाम त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे Chapter 14, the three modes of material nature. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yagyatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhim Ihogata Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sadharmyam Agata Sarge Pinopajayante Pralayena Vathanti Cha Mama yonirmahad brahma tasmin garbham dadamyaham sambhava sarva bhutanam tato bhavati bharata sarva yonishu kaunteya murtaya sambhavantiya tasan brahma mahadyonir aham bija pradapita sattvam rajastama iti guna prakriti sambhava nibadnanti mahabaho देहे देहिनमव्ययम् तत्र सत्वं निर्मलत्वात् प्रकाशकम् अनामयम् सुखसंगेन बध्नाति ज्ञानसंगेन चानघा रजो रागात्मकं विद्धि तृष्णासंगसमुद्भवम् तान्निबध्नाति कौन्तेय कर्मसंगेन देहिनम् तमस्त्वज्ञानजं विद्धि मोहनं सर्वदेहिनां प्रमाद आलस्य निद्राभिस्तन्निबध्नाति भारत सत्वं सुखे संजयति रज कर्मणि भारत ज्ञानमावृत्य तु तमः प्रमादे संजयत्युता रजस्तमश्चाभिभूय सत्वं भवति भारत रजसत्वं तमश्चैव तमः सत्वं रजस्तथा सर्वद्वारेषु देहेऽस्मिन् प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानं यदा तदा विद्वाद् विवृद्धं सत्वमित्युता लोभप्रवृत्तिरारम्भ कर्मणाम् असमस्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृते परतर्षभा अप्रहर्षो प्रवृत्तिश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तमस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृते कुरु नन्दन यदा सत्त्वे प्रवृते तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदोत्तमविदं लोकान् अमलान् प्रतिपद्यते रजसि प्रलयं गत्वा कर्मसङ्गीषु जायते तथा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढयोनिषु जायते कर्मणा सुकृतस्याहु सात्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजसस्तु फलं दुःखं अज्ञानं तमसः फलम् सत्त्वात् संजयते ज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहो तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वस्था मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजसा जगन्या गुणवृत्तिस्था अधो गच्छन्ति तामसा नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं यदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेत्ति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति गुणानेतान् तित्यात्रिन् देहि देहः समुद्भवान् जन्म मृत्यु जरा दुःखैर्विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते अर्जुन उवाच कैर्लिङ्गे स्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् किमाचर कथं चैतां स्त्रीन् गुणानतिवर्तते श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहम् एव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनावदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचल्यते गुणा वर्तन्त इत्येवं यो वितिष्ठन्ति नेङ्गते समदुःखसुखस्वस्थ समलोष्टास्मकाञ्चन तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस्तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानपमानयोस्तुल्यस्तुल्यो मित्रारिप्रकाशो सर्वरम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते मां च यो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते स गुणान् समतीत्यैतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्य व्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः।
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki Hare Krishna. Another pleasant surprise we have for all of you. Another guest appearance. This is an 11-year-old who has been learning the verses of the Gita. She is part of our Sankirtan team. So she is very active with the family, going out door to door, going out on Sankirtan, giving the Gita. Today we have Vani, who will be leading us in the 15th chapter. So please, some encouragement and blessings. Hare Krishna. Another jewel from our community. Go ahead.
Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Urdhva Mula Madaha Shakham Ashvatham Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavid Adhaschordvam Prasitastasya Shakha Guna Pravriddha Vishaya Pravala Adhascha Mulani Anusantatani Karmanubandini Manushya Loke Narupamasya Tatopalabhyate Nanto Nachadir Nacha Sampratishta Ashvatthamenam Suvirudhamolam Asanga Shastre Nadridena Chitva Tata Padam Tad Parimargitavyam Yasmin Gatana Nivartanti Bhuyaha Tam Eva Chadyam Purusham Prabhadye Yata Pravritti Prashita Purani Nirmana Moha Jidasanga Dosha Adhyatma Nitya Vinivritta Kama Tvandvai Vimukta Sukha Dukha Samshnit Gacchantya Mudha Vadama न तद्भासायते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम मामेवांशो जीवलोके जीवभूता सनातनः मानशस्त्राणि इन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यदवाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रामतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसानां घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि पुञ्जानं वा गुणावितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मानवस्थितं यतन्तोऽपि अकृत्मानो नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः यददित्यागतं तेजो जगद्भाषायतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमासि यच्चाग्नो तत्तेजो मामकं द्वामविश्य च भूतानि धरयाम्यहमोजसा पुष्णामि चौषधी सर्वा सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमश्रिता प्राणपानासमयुक्ता पच्याम्यन्नं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्ट माता स्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वे अहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृद्वेदविदेव चाहं त्वविमौ पुरुषो लोके क्षरश्चाक्षर एव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कुतस्तक्षर उच्यते उत्तमा पुरुषस्त्वन्या परमात्मेत्युदारतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्त्यव्य ईश्वरः यस्माक्षरमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतिता पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेवम् असम्मूढो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद्भजाति मां सर्वभावेन भारतः इति गुह्यं तमं शास्त्रम् इदम् उक्तं मया नघ एतद् बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृताकृत्यश्च भारतः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भागवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगनाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Thank you, Vani. Now we'll do chapter 16 and 17. Chapter 16, the divine and demoniac natures. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samshuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavasthitihi Dhanam Damascha Yagyascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantir Apaishunam Daya Bhutvesha Loluptvam Mardavam Rir Achapalam Teja Kshama Dhritir Shaucham Adroho Natimanita Bhavanti Sampadam Devim Abhijatasya Bharata Dambho Darpo Bhimanasya Krodha Parushyameva cha अज्ञानं चाभिजातस्य पार्थ सम्पदमासुरीं देवी सम्पद्विमोक्षाय निबद्धाय सुरीमता माशु च सम्पदं देवीम् अज्ञातोऽसि पाण्डव त्वौ भूतसर्गो लोकेऽस्मिन् दैव आसुर एव च दैवो विस्तरशा प्रोक्ता आसुरं पार्थ मे शृणु प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च जना न विदुरासुरा न शौचं नापि चाचरो न सत्यं तेषु विद्यते असत्यम् अप्रतिष्ठं ते जगत् आहुरनीश्वरम् अपरस्परसम्भूतं किम् अन्यत् कामहेतुकम् एतां दृष्टिम् अवष्टभ्य नष्टात्मनोऽल्पबुद्धयः प्रभवत्यन्तुग्रकर्माणः क्षयाय जगतो हिता काममाश्रित्य दुष्पूरं दम्भमानमदान्विता मोहात् गृहीत्वा सद्ग्रहान् प्रवर्तन्ते शुचिव्रता चिन्तामपरिमेयं च प्रलयान्तम् उपाश्रिता कामक्रोधोगपरमा एतावद् इति निश्चिता आशापाशशतैर्बद्धा कामक्रोधपरायणा ईहन्ते कामभोगार्थम् अन्ययेनार्थसञ्चयान् अद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्ये मनोरथम् इदम् अस्तीदमपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्धनम् असौ मया हतः शत्रुर्हनिष्ये चापरानपि ईश्वरोऽहम् भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी आद्योऽपि जानवानस्मि कोऽन्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्ष्ये दास्यामि मोदिष्य इत्यज्ञा न विमोहिता अनेकचित्ता विभ्रान्ता मोहजाला समावृता प्रसक्ता कामभोगेषु पतन्ति नरकेषु च आत्मसम्भावितस्तब्धा धनमानमदान्विता यजन्ते नाम यज्ञैस्ते दम्भेन विधिपूर्वकम् अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं च संश्रिता माम् आत्मपरदेहेषु प्रद्विषन्तोऽभ्यसूयका तानहं द्विशतः क्रूरान् संसारेषु नराधमान् क्षिपाम्याजस्रं शुभम् आसुरीष्वेव योनिषु आसुरीं योनिमापन्ना मूढा जन्मनि जन्मनि मामप्यप्येव कौन्तेय ततो यन्त्यहं गतिम् त्रिविधं नरकस्येदं द्वारं नाशनमात्मना कामक्रोधस्तथा लोभस्तस्मादेतत्तयं त्यजेत् एतैर्विमुक्तकौन्तेय तमोद्वारे स्त्रिभिर्नर आचरत्यात्मनः श्रेयस्ततो याति परां गतिम् यः शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारता न स सिद्धिमवाप्नोति न सुखं न परां गतिम् तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणं ते कार्यकार्यव्यवस्थितो ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तं कर्म कर्तुं निहार्हसि ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे दैवासुरसम्पादविभागयोगो नाम षोडशोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्ण हरे राम Chapter 17, the divisions of faith. Arjuna uvacha ye shastra vidhimutsrijya yajante shraddhayanvita tesham nishtatu ka Krishna sattvam aho rajastama. Shri Bhagavan uvacha trividha bhavati shraddha dehinam sa svabhavaja satviki rajasi chaiva तामसी चेति तां शृणु सत्वानुरूपा सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो चक्षत्रासेव सः यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्ष रक्षांसि राजसा प्रेतान् भूतगणांश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जना अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपोजना दम्भाहङ्कारसंयुक्ता कामरागबलान्विता कर्षयन्तः शरीरस्थं भूतग्रामम् अचेतसा मां चैवन्त शरीरस्थं तान् विद्यासुरनिश्चयान् आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदम् इमं शृणु आयुस्सत्त्वबलारोग्य सुखप्रीतिविवर्धना रस्य स्निग्धस्थिरराद्य आहार सात्विका प्रिया कट्वम्ला लवनात्युष्णा तीक्ष्णरुक्षविदानता आहार रजसस्येता दुःखशोकामया प्रदा यातयामं यतारसं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उत्तिष्ठमपि चामेद्यं भोजनं तमसा प्रियम् अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञो विधिदिष्टो य युज्यते यष्टव्यमेवेति मना समाध्यासः अभिसन्धाय तु फलं दम्भार्थम् अपि चैव यत् युज्यते भरतश्रेष्ठा तं यज्ञं विधिराजसं विधिहीनम् अश्रितान्नं मन्त्रहीनम् अदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते देवद्विज गुरुप्रज्ञा पूजानं शौचमर्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यम् अहिंसा च शारीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यसनं चैव वाङ्मयं तप उच्यते मनःप्रसादसौम्यत्वं मौनम् आत्मविनिग्रहः भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपो मानसमुच्यते श्रद्धया परयाप्तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरे अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्ते सात्विकं परिचक्षते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तद् इह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवं मूढे ग्रहेणात्मनो यत् पीडाय क्रियते तपः परस्योत्सदनार्थं वा तत्तामसम् उदारितं दातव्यम् इति यद्दानं दीयतेनुपकारिणे देशे काले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतं यत्तु प्रकारार्थं फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसां स्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतम् अवज्ञातं तत्तामसम् उदारितम् ॐ तत्सत् इति निर्देशो ब्रह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृता ब्रह्मणस्तेन वेदश्च यज्ञश्च विहितः पुरा तस्मादोमित्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानतपक्रिया प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्ता सततं ब्रह्मवादिनां तदित्यनभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपक्रिया दानक्रियश्च विविधाः क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सदित्येतत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्छब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सद् इति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदार्थीयं सद् इत्येवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धाय हुतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असद् इत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्यनो इह ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yogo Nama Saptadashodhyayah. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
How's everyone doing okay? We're nearly there. It's been quite a journey. Krishna's getting us to rethink everything. And now we enter into the final 6 chapters. Someone may say, why didn't Krishna just end the Gita? He already spoke about the essence, which is to find love. What's the need to carry on speaking? But there is a need, because what Krishna does is in the first 6 chapters, he tells Arjuna, you are here. In the middle 6 chapters, Krishna tells Arjuna, this is where you need to be. And in the final 6 chapters, Krishna gives knowledge of how to work through all the obstacles that are on the journey there. And so, these 5 chapters deal with energy. How is your energy? We all carry a different energy. Have you noticed how different people carry different energies? Sometimes you can just come in the vicinity of someone and immediately you begin to feel something without even speaking to them. Because everyone carries an energy. And in these chapters, Krishna talks all about this energy. The Bhagavad Gita contains 5 topics, and one of those topics is known as Prakriti. And Prakriti means the material nature or the material energy. And believe it or not, 100 out of the 700 verses of the Gita are all to do with this energy. Because if you don't reconfigure the energy that surrounds you, life will become very, very difficult and spirituality will become impossible. And so, remember, the Bhagavad Gita is like a jewel box. It teaches you how to live, how to, and how to. Very good. So now, Krishna is going to teach the science of how to let go. Remember, that's like the covering of the jewel box. This knowledge that Krishna gives is protective. It will save you from becoming injured, from becoming influenced, from becoming intimidated by the world around you. This is very, very powerful knowledge which Krishna is giving. Let me just give you a very quick summary. In the 13th chapter, Krishna talks about concepts that he's already talked about before, but he does it in a slightly more technical way. But then what Krishna does is the concept of the world we're living in, Krishna says, now I want to focus on this. In the 15th chapter, he explains that this material world is like a reflection of the spiritual world. Dear friends, this world that you're living in is not the reality. Welcome to the Matrix. Yes, actually it's not reality, but it's real. This is real, isn't it? It's real and it's unreal, because this has no endurance in eternity. Therefore, Krishna says that you have to know how to deal with this temporary world which is full of material energies. And therefore, what Krishna does is he takes this concept of the material world, and in chapters 14 and 17, he explains that there are 3 energies which are pervading everything in this world. And according to what energies you associate with, that will create an energy within you. And therefore, goodness, sattva, passion, rajas, ignorance, tamas. And Krishna says, according to the modes that you and the energies that you surround yourselves with, you will develop either divine qualities or demoniac qualities. Have you noticed how some people can just change? They may change year to year, they may change month to month. Sometimes some people, even in the same day, they're like different people. Some people, they're wonderful, saintly, as soon as they get into the driving seat of a car. something enters them. Road rage. Energy is all to do with energy. So, here's our friend. Is he acting out of free will, yes or no? When he shouts, when he horns, and when he says some London mantras, is he doing it out of free will, yes or no? Yes, no. When someone picks a cigarette out of a packet which tells them smoking causes cancer, it will harm your own children. Are they doing it out of free will, yes or no? Yes. You guys can never get along. The question of free will is a very interesting question, because sometimes do you feel that you do something that you don't want to do? And even while you're doing it, you're asking yourself, why am I doing this? And you continue doing it. Are these people exercising free will? Yes and no. Yes, because free will is something that Krishna never takes away from you. But no, because there's another influence which is acting on them, which is controlling, to some extent, their free will. And so, this is powerful knowledge. If you know this, you can actually start making the decisions you want to make. But people don't know how to reconfigure their energy, therefore, they're not acting on their deepest desire, they're acting on their loudest desire. Don't give up what you want most for what feels good now. But in order to do that, you need to reconfigure. So Krishna says there are 3 modes. And if you know the science of these 3 modes, then you can live a very, very progressive life. Krishna says there are these 3 modes, and if you move towards sattva, then what happens is your ability to exercise your free will goes up. What Krishna basically says is that you have to eradicate tamas, you have to balance your rajas, and you have to promote your sattva. And if we change these energies, then Krishna says you can walk through this world and really achieve what you want to achieve. But what determines your energy? We are a product of the food we eat, the movies you watch, the music you listen to, the people you befriend, the places you go, the websites you visit, and the interests you pursue. These are examples of things that can be in the different modes of nature. And according to whatever you choose, that will create a mentality within you. Sattva, habits. And then, according to the mentality within you, you will pursue more of the same. Sattva, life. So Krishna is telling Arjuna, develop habits in sattva. Because if you reconfigure your energy in that way, then what will happen is you'll develop sattva within your own being. And when there is sattva within your own being, then you will search for sattva more outside of you, and like that, your life becomes full of goodness because you've learned to reconfigure your energy. But someone once asked me, why does Krishna make it so hard? Bad habits are so easy to make, and good habits are so difficult to make, isn't it? Did you have to try hard to get addicted to chocolate? I've been trying for years to get addicted to chocolate. I just can't do it, it's so hard. This person said to me, Krishna stacked the odds against us. Because he made all the good things, the pleasurable things, he made all of those things easy. And he made all the hard things like waking up for the 5 a.m. club. He made all those things hard. I said, no, you got it wrong. You see, if I put a cup here, I'm a terrible artist, and I start pouring water, where is the water going to go? It's going to go here, right? Because the inclination is in this way. Oops. Oh no. Reconfigure energy. I've got to think deeply about what to do here, because otherwise I'm going to mess it up. Shall I keep it? Keep it and then go back in, is it? Okay, there you go. You've got to make decisions in the mode of goodness, you know? Can't rush into anything. Bad, good. Therefore, because we have a certain inclination, we perceive that it's very difficult to make good habits. It seems effortlessly we go towards bad habits. Krishna is saying, if you know how to reconfigure your energy, then what happens is you change the inclination. And if you change the inclination, then developing good habits becomes effortless. Once you develop sattva, when your alarm clock goes off in the morning, you won't want to oversleep. You will find it uncomfortable to oversleep because you've changed your energies. Therefore, Krishna says, learn this knowledge of the 3 modes of nature, because it will help you to develop the habits, the lifestyle which will support you in achieving whatever you want to achieve materially, but more importantly, from the platform of sattva, you can actually achieve deep spiritual progress. Therefore, while the whole world is trying to synchronize with the latest trends, the intelligent people synchronize themselves with cosmic energies. Don't try and follow the trends of the world, because they're always changing. But try to understand the energies which are pervading timelessly and learn how to align yourself appropriately. The whole world is spending hours on Facebook, myself included. Instead, spend hours facing a book. Read. It's nice to read. Did you know that if you read for 8 minutes a day, Harvard University tells us your stress will be reduced by 68%. The most successful, creative, dynamic people in the world all have the common habit that they are avid readers. The whole world will tell you stay up late and eat to live. But Krishna will tell us, wake up early and live to eat. Manage your sleeping, manage your diet. This is a huge part of what energy you bring into your life. Therefore, these are all very practical things Krishna is saying. The whole world is exercising their freedom to speech. Anyone can now go onto the internet and become an authority. Anyone can say anything. Freedom of speech. Krishna is saying, that's all good. Don't forget the God-given right to exercise your freedom to think. Socrates said, wise people speak because they have to say something. Fools speak because they have to say something. Wise people speak because they have something of value to say. And the whole world will tell you, never drop your connection. You've got to be online. I saw the blue ticks and you didn't reply. Why have you not replied? It's been 8 minutes and you haven't replied to my message. Everyone should be connected at all times. Keep your phone beside you. You know, the biggest crisis is if you enter a place and you don't know the Wi-Fi password. Krishna says, never neglect to disconnect. Never neglect to disconnect. Never neglect disconnection from the world. You need some time away from all of the bombardment of this material world. Like this, Krishna is teaching us energy, modes, what we call in Sanskrit gunas, is so powerful. And so, Krishna is teaching Arjuna incredible knowledge of beyond this world, in this world, of the material, of the spiritual, all 360 degrees. You don't need to go anywhere else. You go into any self-development book, and what they are actually drawing from is the same wisdom that Krishna talked about thousands and thousands of years ago. So therefore, look at the amazing journey that Krishna is taking Arjuna on. And now, there's just one chapter left. Just one chapter to give Arjuna the final pieces of wisdom that will help him to live the life he wants. Do you want to hear that 18th chapter? Yes. Okay, hand over to Radha Govinda. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So, chapter 18, the perfection of renunciation. Arjuna uvacha sannyasya mahabaho tattvam ichchami veditum tyagasya cha rishikesha prithak keshi nishudana. Shri Bhagavan uvacha Kamyanam karmanam nyasam sannyasam kavayo vidu sarva karma phalatyagam prabhustyagam vichakshana tyajyam doshavad ityeke karma prahur manishinaha yagyadana tapa karma nyatyajyam iti chapare nischayam shunu me tatra tyaga bharata sattama त्यागो हि पुरुष व्याघ्र त्रिविधा संप्रकीर्तितः यज्ञदान तप कर्म न्यत्याज्यं कार्यमेव तत् यज्ञोदानं तपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणाम् एतान्यापि तु कर्माणि संगं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मतमुत्तमम् नियतस्य तु संन्यास कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहात् तस्य परित्यागस्तामस परिकीर्तितः दुःखमित्येव यत्कर्म कायक्लेशभयात् त्यजेत् स कृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत् कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन संगम त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव स त्याग सात्विको मता न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्जते त्यागी सत्व समाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशयः न हि देहभृता शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्म फलत्यागी स्य त्यागीत्यभिधीयते अनिष्टम् इष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्म न फलं भवत्यत्यागिनां प्रीत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित् पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे सांख्ये कृतान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणाम् अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता तरणं च पृथग्विधं विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमम् शरीरवान् मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नर न्यायं वा विपरीतां वा पञ्चैते तस्य हेतवः त्रैवं सत्ति भक्तारम् आत्मानं केवलं तु यः पश्याद्यत्र बुद्धियुतां न पश्यति सुदुर्मता यस्य नाहं कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि सैमा लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना करणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्म संग्रह ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिदैव गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसंख्याने यथा वाच्छृणुतान्यपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावम् अव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकं पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ञानं नानाभावान् पृथग्विदान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसं यत्तु कृत्स्नवदेकस्मिन् कार्ये सक्तं अहेतुकम् अतत्त्वार्थवदल्पं च तत्तामसम् उदारितं नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेषतः कृतम् अफलाप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहंकारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायासं तद्राजसम् उदारितम् अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसम् अनपेक्ष्य च पौरुषं मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तत्तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गो नहंवादी धृत्युत्साहः समन्विता सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्यो निर्विकार कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागी कर्म फलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचि हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजस परिकीर्तिता अयुक्त प्राकृतस्तब्ध शतो नैष्कृतिकोलस विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते बुद्धेर्भेदं धृतेश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानमशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्यकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च ये व्यक्ति बुद्धि सपार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्मम् अधर्मं च कार्यं च कार्यमेव च अयथावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धि सपार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्मम् इति या मन्यते तमसावृता सर्वार्थान् विपरीतांश्च बुद्धि सपार्थ तामसी धृत्यायया धरायते मनः प्राणेन्द्रियक्रिया योगेन व्यभिचारिण्या धृति सपार्थ सात्विकी यया तु धर्मकामर्थं धृत्या धारयते अर्जुन प्रसंगेन फलाकांक्षी धृति सपार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव च न विमुञ्चति दुर्धेन धृति सपार्थ तामसी सुखं त्विदानीं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भरतर्षभा अभ्यासाद् रमते यत्र दुःखान्तं स निगच्छति तदग्रे विषमिव परिणामे मृतोपमं तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजं विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगात् यत्तत् अग्रे मृतोपमं परिणामे विषम् इव तत्सुखं राजसां स्मृतं यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्थं तत्तामसम् उदारितं न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यद् एभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः ब्रह्मणः क्षत्रियविशां शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवैर्गुणैः समोदमस्तपः शौचं शान्तिरार्जवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजं शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानम् ईश्वरभावश्च क्षत्रं कर्म स्वभावजं कृषिगोरक्षवाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजं परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजं स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभिरता संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्म नियतसिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यत प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वम् इदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभ्यर्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषम् अपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृता असक्तबुद्धि सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृहा नैष्कर्म्य सिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या परा बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषव्युधस्य च विविक्तसेवी लघ्वासी यत वाक्कायमानस ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपाश्रिता अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्या निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतप्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते परां भक्त्या मामभिजानाति यावान् यश्चास्मि तत्त्वतः ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तदनन्तरं सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वाणो मद्व्यपाश्रयः मत्प्रसादादवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययं चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगम् उपाश्रित्य मच्चित्तः सततं भव मच्चित्तः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् तरिष्यसि अथ चेत्त्वम् अहङ्कारान् न शोष्यसि विनक्ष्यसि यद् अहङ्कारम् आश्रित्य न योत्स्या इति मन्यसे मिथ्यै सर्वस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यस्य वशोऽपि तत् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृद्देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया तम् एव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परं शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति ते ज्ञानम् आख्यातं गुह्यात् गुह्यतरं मया विमृश्यैतदशेषेण यथेच्छासि तथा कुरु सर्वगुह्यतमं भूय शृणु मे परमं वच इष्टोऽसि मे दृढम् इति ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितं मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो चीमां नमस्कुरु मामेवेष्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुच इदं ते न तपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न च शुश्रूषवे वाच्यं न च मां योऽभ्यसूयति य इदं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेष्वभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परं कृत्वा मामे वेश्यत्य संशयः न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमा भविता न च मे तस्माद् अन्यप्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्येते च या इमां धर्म्यं संवादमावयो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टस्यामिति मे मतिः श्रद्धावान् अनसूयश्च शृणुयाद् अपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः सुभालोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणां कच्चिदेतत् श्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रणस्तस्ते धनञ्जय अर्जुन उवाच नष्टमोहस्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युता स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहः करिष्ये वचनं तव सञ्जय उवाच इत्याहं वसुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मना संवादं निमुश्रोषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणं व्यासप्रसादर्शत्तावान् एतद्गुह्यमहं परं योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयन्त स्वयं राजन् संस्मृत्य संवादम् इममद्भुतं केशवार्जुनयो पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः तच्च संस्मृत्य रूपम् अत्यद्भुतं हरे विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धर तत्र श्रीविजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवनीतिर्मतिर्मम ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे मोक्षयोगो नाम अष्टादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
I think we have a big round of applause for Radha Govinda today. I'll try to teach you those techniques still, Radha Govinda, and what to do. If it doesn't work, maybe I'll try with your little one. Me and Radha Govinda, myself, we're good friends. We stayed together as monks for many years, and it's incredible to see his journey. He's sharing Krishna consciousness with so many people, making this wisdom relevant, and really has given his life to sharing Krishna with others, and I think for that we should give him one more round of applause. His jokes are a bit borderline. Okay, everyone, we have come to the end, and Krishna has given everything to Arjuna, and now he wants him to re-enter life. Re-enter the battlefield. Are you ready to re-enter life? You've been here for 7 hours, and now you're going to have to re-enter life. The final chapter is known as Moksha Yoga. Moksha means liberation. Krishna is not telling Arjuna that now you liberate and boom, go to another world. But what he's telling Arjuna is that I've given you the knowledge so you can be a Jivan Mukta. Moksha or Mukti, same word, it means liberation. And Jivan Mukta means someone who's Jiva, living, but who's not really living in this world. So the saintly people, they're living in this world, but actually they're living in a different space of consciousness. And now Krishna wants Arjuna to go back into the battlefield, but be a Jivan Mukta. Be in the battlefield, but don't be affected by things around you. Be in the world, but don't be of the world. This was Arjuna at the beginning of the battle, at the beginning of the conversation. You see this here? This is very significant. Gandivam shram shate hastat tvakcheva paridayate. Arjuna's Gandiva bow and his arrows were falling. And the acharyas say this signifies that his determination for life was falling. Sometimes we wake up in the morning and we feel, I just don't have the energy and enthusiasm for life. But after hearing Krishna for 45 minutes, see here, Arjuna has now picked up his bow. And with bow in hand, with arrows ready, He's ready to again fight, meaning he got his determination, he got his enthusiasm, he got his hunger for life back. Therefore, after hearing everything, Arjuna says, Nasta moha smriti labdva tvat prasadat mayachyuta stitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava. Krishna, Nasta moha, all my illusion is gone. Smriti labdva, all my memory has come back. Tvat prasadat mayachyuta, Achyuta Krishna, all by your mercy. Stitosmi, I'm completely fixed. Gata sandeha, I have no more doubts. Karishye vachanam tava, and I know what I have to do now, and I'm ready to do it. This is very beautiful. Arjuna has become completely clarified in his consciousness. At the beginning of today, I asked you to write down some questions. Remember that one? I want you to just glance at your questions and see, and maybe later on you can reflect. Did any of the wisdom of what we talked about today, if you reflect on it deeply, then you will see that what Krishna has taught you today, this is actually the answer to your question. Maybe some of you had a question about what you should do in a relationship. Krishna told you how to reawaken love. Maybe some of you had a question about your career and what you should be doing in the future. Remember, Krishna taught you about dharma and your lifestyle. Maybe some of you had a question about what decision you should make. Remember, Krishna has taught you all the principles. And now, it's up to us. It's up to us to take it seriously. Dear friends, Benjamin Franklin said, some people die at 25, but they aren't buried till they're 75. If we live, but we don't have creativity in our life, if we live, but we don't have love, if we live, but we're not learning every single day, if we live, but there's no challenges in our life, if we live and we don't have purpose, if we don't have any of these things, then, dear friends, we're not living. We're simply existing. And so Krishna is telling Arjuna, I want you to re-enter. And I want you to re-enter life, and I want you to live. Live your full potential. Krishna looks at Arjuna and he says, every soul is amazing. Yet every soul is not awakening its potential. And so, my last few thoughts with all of you as we reflect on Gita Jayanti and how Krishna is making us, remember, rethink life. Now there's a cost of living crisis, isn't it? You know better than me. But actually it's not a cost of living crisis. It's a cost of existing crisis out there. And it's a crisis for sure. But it's not a cost of living crisis. It's a cost of existing crisis that's coming up on the news. Because the cost of living is much more than a number. If we really want to live in our life, we have to be ready to take risks. And that means we have to be able to give up comfort. Dear friends, don't look for the most comfortable life, because the most comfortable life and the most convenient life may not be the life in which you experience the totality of what life can be. The cost of living is that we have to be disciplined, which means we have to give up laziness. The cost of living is that we have to be ready to take guidance from people who are further along in the journey than us, and that means we have to give up our pride. The cost of living is that sometimes there may be opposition, there may be difficulty, and you may not fit in with society. Therefore, the cost is you have to give up fitting in. And the cost of life, the cost of living, is that you have to be ready sometimes for failure and give up fear that I'll be judged. If we're ready to do all of this and engage in the process of bhakti yoga that's been given to us by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, chapters number 7 to 12, we take this opportunity, a rare opportunity, we can actually live life to its fullest potential. Because remember, we don't want to be that person who died at 25 and wasn't buried until they're 75. So, in these beautiful 18 chapters, let's do together to see whether you remember. Krishna taught Arjuna to rethink life. In the very first section, what did he tell Arjuna to do? Oh my God. You're going to give me a heart attack if you don't remember this. I was like, I'm going to make this as simple and easy and logical so everyone will remember. What is, no, let's do it together, let's do it together. Please don't fail me, otherwise I'm really going to be disappointed. The first thing that Krishna tells Arjuna to do is... Thank you. Okay, you've saved me here. He told him, redefine success. Remember, don't just try to do things better. Try to do... The second thing Krishna tells Arjuna to do is... Thank you very much. I have a soul. I am a soul. I have a... Remember, you're a spiritual being. Okay, it's all good, but we got to live out there. Yes, Krishna says, I'm going to teach you how to... Wow, this is... Got to go back to the drawing board. I was trying to make this as easy as possible. Reposition your lifestyle. Bring together both dharmas. But Arjuna says, there's something in me that's an enemy that I have to work on. Krishna says, don't worry, I'll teach you how to... Okay, that one you remember. Very good. This is all about karma yoga. Very good. But the real aspiration we have is something much deeper, something much more heartfelt. So Krishna says, I'm going to leave the most important thing for the middle. And Arjuna, I want you to know that the supreme goal of life is to... Yes. Reawaken love. Love is not chemistry. Love is... commitment. Commitment. But all of those are good. Yes, but how can we love someone we can't see? How can we love someone who sometimes seems so far away? Krishna says, no, I will teach you how to re-encounter divinity. God is not far away, He's close. And you can perceive Him. And then Krishna ends the whole conversation by giving Arjuna knowledge. He says that you're living in this world and there are many influences around you, so learn how to reconfigure the energy. Live in sattva, and then you will be pervaded by sattva and equipped with all of this knowledge. Now, Arjuna, you can re-enter life, but not re-enter life with a material consciousness, but to re-enter life with spiritual consciousness, to re-enter life with Krishna consciousness. Dear friends, this is the end, but maybe just the start. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. One more time. Please don't rush off. Please don't rush off. The ceremony is not done. Please, you can take your seats. You do not want to leave until the end of the Purnahuti is done. If I can ask everyone to please fold their hands. Please fold their hands. As you fold your hands, you can close your eyes if you want. Please meditate on the amazing yajna you've done for the last 7 hours. Meditate on thanking all those devotees who've made that possible. Meditate on Arjuna, meditate on Krishna, meditate on Srila Prabhupada. Gratitude is what makes our endeavors successful. Please repeat after me. Om Tat Sat Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. I'm going to read out all those devotees who've made this yajna of ours, this Mahayajna of ours successful and possible. So you can give a generous round of applause and shout out big Haribol in thanking them. So our first thanks we'd like to express very generously to our very dear Swami Bhagavan Keshava Swami, with a big round of applause and a big Haribol! We're very, very fortunate to have his time. We're very fortunate to have him here. And every year, Gita Jayanti and the level of wisdom we're getting really requires all of us to start digging in our hearts deeper and deeper, because this is how we can treasure this spiritual wisdom. Can we please thank our reciters? So, Bharati, Avni, Ishita, Vedant, Vani, Radha Govinda Prabhu, with a big loud Haribol. Can we please thank our Purohits, Ayodhyapati Prabhu and Jagannath Ram Prabhu. We want to thank the decor and the admin team. It is a tall order, but they've been persevering all week, really. All of yesterday they were here. So Radhika, Vrajvilasini Matri, Jagatpriya Matri and the team who've put all these beautiful decorations. Srila Prabhupada. A big loud Haribol, please. We have some 500 families watching online. So if you think it's crammed here, even the net is jammed. But all those devotees, Yogi Prabhu, Manish Prabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, his good wife there, who've made this technically possible. So this beautiful screen here, the sound, the broadcasting, a big loud cheer and thank you. A big loud cheer and Haribol to all the devotees who've helped you park, who've made this arrangement of setting up here. A big loud Haribol. All the devotees who've been in the kitchen frying your paneer and making these nice arrangements for all the prasad, the big feast that we'll be having now. A big loud cheer and Haribol to the kitchen devotees. I want to, from the bottom of our heart, and on behalf of everyone here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, want to thank all of you, the Yajmans, who make Gita Jayanti what it is. The ability for us to share this Bhagavad Gita with so many is possible because of your generosity. So thank you, all of you, for doing the perseverance. You're sitting here for 7 hours. You probably need WD-40 for your knees after this. But you've been here, you've stuck it out, you've been amazing. So please, a big loud cheer and Haribol for all our participants. Haribol! I just want to ask Maharaj, what do we do? You've given us so much today. the battery is supercharged, but the nature of this supercharge is that by today evening, in front of the telly, we'll forget everything. So please, some advice.
Reconfigure energy. Yes, no, thank you. I think we should also give a huge, massive round of applause and thanks to our very, very dear Vaishnava Prabhu! He's the thread that links everything together, so thank you so much. Yes, we have a real opportunity. Today was just a taster. How much can I share with you in such a short time? The Gita is full of unlimited jewels. As I was mentioning to you, I had the fortune of picking up a Gita when I was 15 years old, and near 30 years later, I'm still finding newer and incredible insights in the Gita. It excites me every single time I open it. And so today was just the tip of the iceberg. I just gave you some insights. But what we really, really encourage all of you to do, we have many, many Gita courses going on. We've got an online and an on-site Gita live course, which is 10 weeks, in which you'll go chapter by chapter, learning every single concept that Krishna teaches in the Gita. While the adults come for the Gita live course, we have a kids Gita live course simultaneously, so free babysitting, no excuse not to come. So please, please, please connect. We have our School of Bhakti table here. Our School of Bhakti team is so dedicated, they're so warm. And coming on the course is one thing, but just to be part of that community will promote your spirituality and enrich your lives in so many ways. So please, 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 if you've never done a course here before, then make 2025 the year. Just take the time out. 10 weeks, that just means 3 hours a week. On a Sunday, please come, or a Saturday, I don't know. Please come and find out more. So scan in on the barcode to find out more and speak to our devotees at the table. And other thing I'd like to invite all of you to is a very, very special retreat. Wasn't it energizing just being together for this many hours and just learning from each other? Now imagine we can have this for 4 days in a row. So that's what we're going to do on Easter weekend. We are holding an incredible retreat. It's going to happen in Nottingham in a beautiful venue there. We have very, very eminent spiritual guests coming. We have His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, who many of you know. We have our very own Kripamoya Prabhu and Mother Guru also coming. Our temple president, Mother Vishaka. We have His Grace Gauranga Prabhu coming all the way from Chaupati. We have Patri Prabhu, who many of you know from Nepal, who's such a dynamic person. We have all these great personalities coming. So please, 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 make the time this weekend. I guarantee you, this Easter weekend will be transformational. It will be an experience which you will carry with you for a long, long time. So you can also scan in the barcode here and speak to Mayank or Ujeshwari. They're here. I think you know Mayank. Yes, you have to stand up. So this is Mayank and Ujeshwari. So please speak to them if you have any questions. So please, don't make this just a once-a-year thing. Please don't come just and hear and be enlivened just for this one day. Please take this inspiration and, as Krishna teaches us, go out and then learn it, apply it, and live it in your life every single day, and then it will be very, very beautiful. Does it sound good? Yes. So are you going to do the course? Yes. Are you going to come on Rise? Okay, good. We got it all on camera. Thank you very much, everyone. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Maharaj will be here. Just if you'd like to get your book signed or speak to him, Maharaj is going to be next to Prabhupada. The queue for Maharaj will be going that way. Can I ask a couple of minutes, please? All those who are on the carpet, everyone else, will you please take your seat? We want everyone to come, take the opportunity to offer your Purnahoti, offer your grains into the fire and get your blessings. Everyone on the carpet in the middle here, can we ask you to please stand and just take 5 steps back? The queue for the Purnahoti is going to start from my right hand side. You please make your way there You'll be given some grains. You come to the front here. You can offer your grains into the fire. You can then meet Maharaj and say your thanks and goodbyes. Dear devotees, today's feast prasad is available for sponsorship. So if you're listening, Hare Krishna, if you would like to contribute and take this opportunity as a completion of your yajna to sponsor prasad, the devotees at the table at the donation desk can take your donations. It is a good opportunity to get the blessings. Thank you so much. The books of the Bhagavad Gitas you've sponsored, we want you to take from the stage here, from the altar. So please take your books and distribute them as well. Thank you so much. Once again, a big loud Hari Bol, everyone, please. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare.
Please repeat after me. Hare Krishna. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purna Udachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vashishyate Swaha